The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the BSP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in that long book of life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs.
They're soft, shiny, and
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Tonight's topic is Gangster Regime with your host Byron and Marie, and you have Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky in studio as well. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Also, remember that the membership is still active. Thank you for those who have joined the membership. Really appreciate the extra support. Thank you so much. So anyone else want to join, it's very cheap to join the membership. So you just need to click that link to join. Let me just welcome those in the chat. Dorothy McCoy, Truck Life, Patel Cruikshank, Falmouth Girl 2, Rosa, Neril Dennison, Damian Goss, Universal Beverly, welcome. And as usual, as you come in, then I'll welcome you. And if I lose control of the chat, then I will just do an umbrella. Welcome, Claudette. Welcome, Beverly. Welcome. All right, Baron, over to you.
All right. Thank you for that, honey, for that usual wonderful precursor in terms of meeting and greeting our people. Of course, tonight we have in studio Pastor Ricky, right, and Melting Pot, right. I'm just going to have them just go through the usual meet and greet, right, as it relates to, you know, us starting, right. Without any doubt, Pastor Ricky, meet and greet your people as usual. Come in, Pastor Ricky.
Yes, good night again, Lady Anne Marie, late Sir Byron, the Professor Melting Pot, straight out of the UK. Big respects and blessings and honor to everyone in the chat, current viewers, future viewers who will be watching after we end the program. I just want to say tonight we are here to hold government accountable, to expose corruptions and nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, and beat and teach. Beat it till the Amma Ben as father lonesome said. Rise up the bomb of them, cause none of them criminals that will not honor them. And so we're grateful to the Lord for this space where we can be informed and be educated on the real issues that is affecting our country, Jamaica land we love. God bless you. Thank you.
All right. Melting Pot, you're in the space.
Once again, I greet all the fans tuning in tonight, you know, and those who will be tuning in after. Yeah, I just want to say blessed love to all, you know. It's been good to be here once again, sharing the platform with our host Byron and Lady Anne Marie. Pastor Rick, as usual, will be a member of the supporting cast, you know, but we'll be here to dissect as we go along, you know, because there's so much happening in Jamaica that we cannot rest on our laurels. You know, we have to be active pursuing justice as it relates to good governance and accountability, transparency, and the word love should be always a part of Jamaica matter, you know. So what was going on in Jamaica, we have to really come here and discuss, because corruption has taken over the island and, you know, it has defaced the name Jamaica, so to speak. Worldwide, Jamaica does not hold that credibility that it once had back in the 70s and the 80s, and even coming up in the 90s, you know, because so much has happened over the past 3 decades, and we have to really put a stop to it. So once again, I just want to share the love I have for all out there in social media land, you know, and I'll be here to dissect and go along.
Blessings. Now, well, my peeps, right, locally and in the diaspora, tonight we are going to be traversing through the political war zone, because definitely it's a war zone out there. Now, the Andrew Holness administration, as I always say, right, they are now in a panic mode, right? This is the general election season. We have seen all the necessary spin machines are up, running out as it relates to this, misinformation and disinformation. So tonight, we'll be, you know, getting into some investigation as it relates to WikiLeaks, right? And we'll be revealing the true history of the Jamaica Labour Party, right? Remember, what we do around here, we have source evidence to definitely display to you, right? So then you can now decipher for yourself and see the evidence as we show them. We are going to show the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to WikiLeaks investigation, right? And where the United States confirm as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party, right, align itself with some of the most ruthless gangs, right? Not too worry about that. We'll be getting into that investigation. And then let me say this. The investigators who have done this investigation, right? No one can say it is political biasness, because they are not on the side of Jamaica, right? They are outside of Jamaica and they are extremely professional, right? So we are going to follow the track of these investigators in dealing with the situation. Now, of course, we have seen Big Mama as it relates to, you know, him being a political spin machine, trying to make sure that this government stay in power, and for the obvious reason. We have seen where Big Mama, right, had owed over $1 billion, right, of taxpayers, right, of course, revenues to the government, right, and such render the government handicapped, right, to definitely funnel some social programs. And not only Big Mama alone, right? You have seen this government is so tolerant to, institutions, corporate thugs, I call them, right? Not wanting to pay over, right, their taxes, and where they in turn use those money for political kickback, funding the campaign and so forth, all sort of illicit funding into the Jamaica Labour Party campaign. So tonight is going to be a very interesting night, right? Very interesting night. Now, one of the first area that we want to start with, our first area of business, is to target the spin machine in terms of debunk the lies, right, and establish the truth. Now, we have seen where Big Mama, right, trying to now attack, right, the KSAMC with lies. And let us roll back the curtain here, right? We are going to show evidence as to the reason why Big Mama, right, is definitely attacking KSAMC and particularly Swaby. There are two moves that Swaby made, right, that threaten as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party corruption in terms of exposing it. We are going to see the evidence as it relates to why Big Mama is doing this, right? Because it is the plan for them to attack Swaby. A lot of people don't know that our Swaby, right, is now channeling a panel, a 3-judge panel, right, to panel committee, right, to look into, right, procurement procedures and policies. We are going to see it tonight. And that is one of the reasons why the JLP is now attacking Swaby, because they don't want the truth, right, to come out. So that, we are going to reveal that. Now, the other reason was to the fact that Swaby had, ventured into certain investigation, and as it relates to, right, Andrew Warner's property, right, breaching procurement rules and guidelines. So there are two fundamental reasons why KSAMC, right, Mayor Swaby is under attack, and we are going to show the clear evidence. But before we venture into it, let us play the attack that Big Mama is putting onto the KSAMC. And, when we look at this, right, and we say, okay, all right, Big Mama that in social media, right, and also in mainstream media, and as it relates to his moral compass, you would say that, okay, right, he would want to ensure, right, that good governance prevail. But to the fact that Big Mama is in a predicament, right, where the government, the order of the day, the government, right, his current administration doesn't like to pay taxes, right, and yet collecting taxes from the Jamaican people. So let's look at it, people. He's avoiding tax and in the same breath collecting taxes from the Jamaican people. So that is a total no-no, unacceptable, right? Here it is where Big Mama also fall in line, right, with Andrew Warner's, right? Not paying his tax. And there are penalties for it. There are definitely penalties for it as according to the Constitution, right? If you default, right, on year one, there's a particular penalty. And if you default on year two, right, a second default. So your first default, right, there's a penalty. Your second default, there's a penalty. And we have seen where Big Mama has not been penalized. But let us ask the question, what about the people who are working for these institutions who are suffering, knowing that, okay, that they're from their pay or from their salary, right? There have been taxes have been withdrawn from them, but yet those taxes are not paying over. It is a no-no. It is just not fair to those people, right? that they are going to lose certain social benefits that they are to get. So let us listen. The attack, right, as it relates to Mayor Swaby. And remember, you know, it is February 26th that Mayor Swaby went in. But here the attack as it relates to Mayor Swaby. And I am wondering, right, what is the observation made as it relates to prior to maybe Mayor Swaby get into power, right? Several corruption that Mocha, we are watching you. Several corruption, right? As it relates to what happened, right, at the KSAMC prior to Mayor Swaby comes in. And Mayor Swaby is ensuring that he's dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, right, and calling out a spade as a spade, right? All corruption. Mayor Swaby is ensuring doing that. So let us get into the clip. WWF Facebook, David Rose. Let us get into that and let us look, my Jamaican people, to see the attack on the KSAMC by none other than Big Mama, the spin machine, the spin doctor. And we know that Big Mama has not been credible, right? Being sued by PJ Patterson, right, for propaganda. And of course, right, being consistent in, you know, just not being credible. And that is Big Mama. Let us share this.
And now to the details. Nationwide News understands that at least 2 anti-corruption agencies are investigating whether public money from the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, the KSAMC, was used to finance the political campaign activities of some of its representatives, including constituency caretakers. This investigation appears to be a consequence of the fallout between the PNP and its former caretaker of Central Kingston, Lawrence Rowe. Nationwide News has seen and heard conversations involving Rowe, PNP General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell, and an employee of the KSAMC. The conversations raise serious questions about whether the PNP-controlled KSAMC is using the tax dollars of Jamaicans to shore up support for political representatives in its bid to help the PNP retake control of central government. Nationwide News has made several attempts over the last 3 days to provide Dr. Campbell, Lawrence Rowe, and the KSAMC employee opportunities to respond to the allegations. George Davis has this Nationwide News exclusive.
Nationwide News has seen a record of the conversations between Lawrence Rowe and the PNP General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell. One particular conversation happened on December 22, 2024, and began at 7:06 p.m. Rowe, who at the time was the PNP's caretaker in Central Kingston, wrote to Dr. Campbell, quote, "I am beginning to wonder if there's any sincerity towards winning this seat by KSAMC. Let me tell you why." End quote. Rowe then explained to his General Secretary that Christmas work was done in downtown Kingston, and he was only able to recommend 2 names to be engaged. Rowe complained that PNP caretakers in West Kingston and other areas were treated better. Rowe then complained that for the Christmas, the KSAMC only sent him $300,000, while the PNP leadership in Northwest St. Andrew received over $500,000. Rowe also lamented to Dayton Campbell that a senior official at the KSAMC, who's also a prominent member of the PNP, was in Central Kingston giving money to some comrades without notifying him. The PNP controls the KSAMC. Dr. Campbell responded, telling Rowe that the monies were allocated strategically in light of the PNP's preparation for 2 by-elections.
I can tell you why that happened. That's because they put more money in the 2 divisions that we're going to have by-elections. So we're going to have a by-election in Chancery, I'm going to have a by-election in Denhampton. So they put some more money in the 2 divisions that are going to have the by-elections.
Dr. Campbell then sought to reassure Lawrence Rowe that the PNP does indeed take seriously the job of winning Central Kingston in the next general election.
Brother, Central Kingston is a Muslim city. Believe you me when I tell you, Central Kingston is a Muslim constituency. Everybody agrees. If we're going into government, which is our plan, we need Central Kingston. I don't know if nobody that's going to win.
Nationwide News understands that at least 2 anti-corruption agencies are probing the alleged use of monies for political purposes by the KSAMC leadership with the knowledge of the PNP Secretariat. It's understood that the probe is partly based on claims that several PNP representatives were contacted and told to collect hundreds of thousands of dollars from the KSAMC to use however they deem fit. Our news center has also seen a conversation between Rowe and an officer at the KSAMC, Audrey Smith-Facey. Smith-Facey served as PNP counselor for the Painland Division in Southwest St. Andrew for 23 years. She currently serves on the administrative support team for Kingston's mayor and the chairman of the KSAMC, Andrew Swaby. Her conversation with Rowe appears to support Rowe's claim to Dr. Campbell that he was given $300,000 cash by the KSAMC. On December 17, 2024 at 7:16 p.m., Smith-Facey wrote to Rowe, quote, $300K, you determine what it is to be used for, end quote. Rowe responded, respect. And before closing out that part of the conversation, Smith-Facey told the then PNP caretaker, quote, note well, this is not for public knowledge, end quote. George Davis for Nationwide News.
Meanwhile, our news center.
Okay, let me say this to Lawrence Rowe.
Lawrence Lowe, not Rowe.
Okay.
Lowe.
To Lawrence Lowe, you're right. You're right. You cannot take down the PNP. Lawrence Rowe, you cannot take down the PNP. The vicious lies that you concocted, right, with Big Mama Station, you cannot take down the PNP. And you will never, let me say this, you will never be able to take down the PNP. And yes, let me tell you something. Steve McGregor is going to be that candidate. And Steve McGregor is going to win. Right? Whether you like it, yes or no. But this, right, goes to show that as it relates to the internal committee of the People's National Party, right, identified you from day one, right, that you are not a reputable person. They were 110% correct, right? However, right, as it relates to Mark Golden, right, giving you a chance, right, and then this is what, right, we are seeing now, is to show you, right, the level of disrespect. But again, right, let me say this. Moving forward, no People's National Party member need to have dialogue with Rowe. Cease and desist. Cease and desist in having dialogue with this person. Now they make up all sort of story that 2 agencies, right, are investigating people. That's a lie. That's a vicious lie. Now let me show something before I make the panel come in, because I am telling you, our blood is boiling right now. Now, let us go to Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal, right, response to the situation. And let me tell you something. Regardless of what, and this is the corruption, you know, the level of corruption from the Jamaica Labour Party. And people need to watch all of this unfolding and realize the level of corruption and the viciousness that JLP will stop at nothing, because guess what? They know that they are extremely corrupt, and when they get out of power, right, some of them are going to go to prison. And don't worry about that. And so then they are fighting. They are trying everything, sourcing lies, doing everything. But tonight, we just want to speak to the electorate and show the electorate the solid evidence, right, in terms of what we are going to present. Now, let us debunk the lie that we have been told as it relates to 2 agencies investigating, right? Let me tell you something. That is definitely a lie. this is how serious it is, right, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party spin machine, right? Remember, I spoke, right, several months ago, what to come in. And guess what? Let me say this and prepare the people of Jamaica. Worse is going to come. Worse is going to come. And let me warn Jamaican people. Remember, this Jamaica Labour Party, in order to gain political mileage, what they had done in 1980, right, at the Eden Time homes, I want people to make awareness of that. What they had done at Eden Time home, right, burn down Eden Tide home, right, and kill over 150 people, adult. This is what the Jamaica Labour Party had done to gain political mileage. So imagine that. These, what you are seeing as it relates to Big Mama spewing out these things, these are just little smoke. The fire yet to come. Let me warn you people. The fire yet to come. So let me show you, let us debunk that lie. Now, without any delay, let us lift up Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation responding to the situation. Vicious lies. Vicious lies. Right? Now, we are going to show that the investigation is about the Jamaica Labour Party that is going on, not about the People's National Party. We just went in, not even a year. We went in February 26. As a matter of fact, February 26 was the election, right? He went in after. Now, here are people, here's the evidence. We have Kingston, Andrew Swaby has announced the establishment of a 3-member review panel aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability, right, in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. This is what they are worrying about, people. This is the evidence in terms of what they are worrying about, because they know that the 3 panel, I am showing Jamaican people who didn't see this. They know that the 3 panel is going to find series of corruption. Right? Here it is. Right? That Mayor of Kingston, Andrew Swaby, has announced the establishment of a 3-member review panel aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation development, right, approval process. The panel is comprised of Associate Professor of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Technology, Jamaica, Dr. Copeland Stoppard. Well educated, right? Now, Urban and Regional Planning Consultant Lana Perkins and Real Estate Urban Planning and Sustainable Development Consultant Kevin Guscott. A media release from the KSAMC on Wednesday said the independent panel will undertake a comprehensive assessment of the procedures, laws, and regulations governing the municipal corporation planning and development framework. So people, this is what Andrew Owens is fretting about. This is what Jeannette Owens is fretting about. So you see Big Mama now is running out, doing all sorts of things, right? Because they know that the findings of this is going to come out. This is what they are worrying about. The initiative follows concern raised over the last 3 years about inefficiencies in the development approval processes and the enforcement of planning and building guidelines. Because we know that Jeannette Owens, right, at least flat, right, had breached the planning and building guidelines. We definitely know that. And we know that Bangarang is going to come out. So, Big Mama, let me say this to you. Now I am showing the people, right, as it relates to what is going to come out. So you coming out with the lies and try to attack Mayor Swaby. It is not going to work, sir. You and Lawrence Rowe, right, you can put yourself into a boat and find yourself at the bottom of the abyss. Issues such as public dissatisfaction, litigation, and challenging in balancing the interests of residents, developers, and regulators have underscored the need for an objective evaluation, the KSAMC noted. The KSAMC said the panel work will focus on identifying weaknesses and deficiencies within the current development application process and proposing actionable recommendations. Key objectives include, let us look at the key objectives, aligning municipal processes with international best practice. Now people them want this. The Jamaica Labour Party now want this, right? As it relates to the alignment of the municipal processes with international best practice. They want gaps to be created, right, so that them can get to thief. We don't put you up around here. Developing clear procedures to enhance transparency and consistency. Guess what? GLP no want this. GLP no want clear procedures to enhance transparency and consistency within that transparency. We have over $3 trillion unaccounted for. GLP government no want this. So they must fight down Swebe, you know. We want to burn down Swebe because of these things. Bulletin point number 3, establishing a plan risk profile for applications. Enhancing resource allocation and stakeholder engagement. Fostering development that is safe, inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and economical viable. The deliverables will include a comprehensive assessment, document, recommendations for updated procedures for application processing, and a public awareness presentation to share findings and plan, as well as a full implementation and monitoring plan. So because Swebe is moving towards tightening up all the procedures and making sure that no stealing can go on again, no nepotism can take place, no cronyism can take place. Yes, Mayor Swebe now is coming under attack. Let us move that and get to the panel. Now, let me say this. Here it is, right, Brother Live, right, where, of course, you see where, you know, Mayor Swebe is doing all the right thing, right? Utilizing that 3-member panel to make the procedures more robust, right? That means it is not easy to, you know, override and where corruption can sleep in, right, as it relates to nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. But here now you have Big Mama Station is under, is pushing out all the attack, right? Because guess what? Mayor Swebe went in to do the people's business, to clean up KSAMC, point out the situation with the Prime Minister. And because he pointed out the situation with the Prime Minister and exposed the corruption thereof, right, and many more corruption that needs to be exposed. Now they are trying all sort of mayhem. You understand? Because KSAMC now is the problem where it is going to expose a lot of things. What say you, Brother Melting Pot? Come in.
Well, first I've got to look at, you know, the callous act of revenge that Lawrence Lowe is pursuing.
Yes.
At this point in time. And in so doing, he has acquired the service of Big Mama.
Yes.
You understand? And whenever you have Big Mama around, you know that propaganda is at the forefront. So, you know, less than a year now, the People's National Party has won the mayor seat at the KSAMC. Yeah, we are just 1 month away from 1 year to be exact. And Mayor Swebe has gone in and has carefully analyzed the institution at KSAMC as it relates to what he see there that were not in line with best practices. So we know about the planning permission for the Prime Minister and his wife. We also heard about $80 million that is, gone missing from the entity. And so me as Swebe, with the wise head on him shoulder, as see it fit to move forward in assembling a 3-member panel team to, look at the various aspect of the KSAMC, and has put in several bulletin points to protect the KSAMC and to also unravel the malpractices that was going on in the KSAMC for the past 9 years. Now, over that period of time of 9 years, we have never heard of any investigating agents gone in to investigate KSAMC. But in less than a year, we are hearing from Big Mama that 2 investigation agency has gone in to uncover malpractices of public funds. Now, we know that's a lie. That is pure propaganda coming from Big Mama, because Big Mama has to sing for Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. Big Mama is a delinquent taxpayer in Jamaica. And so Big Mama is under extreme pressure because Big Mama empire is crumbling down around him. And it has left him in a state of shock.
Yes.
Because currently, Big Mama owe $1.2 billion in revenue to the tax collector. And what is so significant about Big Mama tax burden that rests on him right now is that employee statutory deduction from their wages has not been handed to the various tax collectors.
Dear God.
And so we are looking at Big Mama as a tax dodger and a criminal, because Big Mama has failed to turn over the tax deduction from his employee. So Big Mama is trying to find all various avenues to present himself as a working tool on behalf of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
But we are telling Big Mama that we are here to wipe out all his corruption thoughts and to put him on the back burner, because Big Mama has no credibility in Jamaican society. Now, this guy, Lawrence Lowe, as the leader of the People's National Party, the Honorable Mark Jefferson Golden, make reference to him in the sense that he's not a man. And it clearly shows that he's not a man.
Exactly.
Because all along he was, relatively comfortable being in Central Kingston as the intended candidate for the People's National Party. But because the committee within the People's National Party has seen some, variances that they need to correct in the structure going forward, they decided not to go ahead with him as a chosen candidate to represent them in Central Kingston. And that's where everything now becomes a hullabaloo, where this guy is making all type of remarks. He's sharing, private conversation with Big Mama. He's making recording session with Steve McGregor and passing it over to Big Mama. And that just show, the type of person that this guy is. Because I won't call him a man. Because the party leader already says he's not a man. So I'm not referring to him as a man. You understand? I would more give him the name Lauren Lowe. Not Lawrence Lowe, because Lawrence Lowe is a great Jamaican and West Indies cricketer.
Yes.
And I don't think Lawrence Lowe would have this Lauren Lowe tarnish in his name.
Yeah,
so
that's
I'll
true.
give him that name, Lauren Lowe.
Okay, so he's Lauren Lowe.
Yes. He is now creating a scene in the division.
Yes.
And building strife within the division.
Yeah.
and implicating credible people from the PNP,
Exactly.
such as Dr. Jeannette Calder. You understand?
Yes.
And the party leader, Mark Golding.
Yes.
So now we have to make sure now that we come here and we present the facts to the people.
Exactly.
This guy has all of a sudden developed a malicious feeling for the People's National Party because he's looking at the loss. Because you know that.
Yeah, hold on a melting pot. Not a malicious feeling. He developed a current cross for the People's National Party. We have to say it right now.
Yes.
Yes,
because he's now, you know, looking at the loss of the salary that MP get. And it's somewhere in the region about 15 to 18 million dollars.
Yes.
Right? So that's his problem.
All in there for the money.
And this is why, you know, we know that he would never make a good candidate. And he would never serve the people in Central Kingston well. Because we can see the mode of operandi that this guy is all about. It's all about getting rich out of politics and not being there to do a service to the people within the constituency of Central Kingston.
All right.
Politics is a service. It's not a get-rich situation.
All right.
You go in, you represent the people, and you serve the people.
All
okay?
Right.
So, Big Mama, be careful of what you're putting out there against the People's National Party, because remember, you have been sued already by a People's National Party member. And
all right. Well said, Melting Pot. And we have to warn him, right? Because I mean, trust me, just blatant lies, right? Just to the fact that, you know, this administration is allowing him, right, to continue to break the law. And then I heard someone mention in the chat, right, that he shouldn't be given any form of government contract, knowing to the fact that, you know, he's delinquent. So it goes to show you the blatant corruption, and that person is right. In any first world country with people delinquent. You understand? No, they are not going to get government contracts, right? The record is there. You are a delinquent person and consistently to be a delinquent, right? But again, it goes to show you, I mean, it is the anti-honest administration, a kleptocratic government. You understand? Every single member of parliament is just in there hustling, looking something to steal, right? And anyone who affiliated with them is getting the spoils, getting the benefit, getting the juice. And so then they don't want this party, you understand, to be in the rearview mirror because they strive under corruption. Without any delay, Pastor Ricky, jump in the space.
Yeah. I endorse what you and Melting Pot says. Listen, big up yourself, Mayor Swaby. Big up yourself, Gensec. Big up yourself, Common Leader Mark Golding, because them can't keep a good man down.
No.
And Big Mama and them cronies, them and the criminal prime minister must remember, say, when you dig a person, dig a pit for yourself. Or be careful, you not drop now the pit where you dig for somebody. Now, I think Big Mama made up his mind to go to prison with the criminal prime minister and the former mayor, Williams. The three of them are going to share the same cell in a prison once the next government is formed. When we look at, you know, I stand with what Mayor Swaby said, that under his watch, there is no misuse or misappropriation of any funds from the KSAMC. And Mayor Swaby has more credibility than the entire JLP party put together. They're all a bunch of pathological liars. And Big Mama has been in the forefront with them as an accomplice to criminality and corruption. Not only that, but having paid his taxes, $1.2 billion is taken away from government programs that can help the poor, the needy in Jamaica and the children in Jamaica. In America, if you don't pay your taxes, Uncle Sam come after you because that's what build the country. And if you're an American, you're not working to pay taxes and you get involved in criminality, them deport you. Because them say you're not doing nothing for build up the country. So people like that is considered to be tax evaders if you have a business and you're not paying taxes, or tax dodgers. Big Mama is a tax dodger and a tax evader. Now, back to Mayor Swaby. Big up yourself again, Mayor. According to Mayor Swaby, the municipalities does not give out cash in hand. You know, that's a no-no. And Mayor Swaby has a discretionary fund amount that he is it's allowable, and he can spend it throughout the parish and whichever need that he see the need for. So that debunked them I talk about money I got to for Christmas spending and all these foolishness. The next thing is that the mayor have 3 divisions, including his, that if there's a death and he has to, or an election for someone who's running for higher office, that he can spend the money on. So there is no misappropriation or misuse of funds as criminal Big Mama and his network of criminals and pathological liars and propaganda spreaders and misinformation and disinformation and fake news that they put out every day. Look at Big Mama. You know, when you're dealing with criminals, you gotta go to their intent and their motives. So we see that Big Mama with the Big Stone sketch, where Big Stone comes on the stage in a jungle with a chair around him neck, reflecting the bondage and the suffering and the pain of the Jamaican people, and that the Jamaican people now have a liberator and a deliverer who's current leader Mark Golden, that in the skit took the chain off and set him free as a connotation that this is what he's going to do for the Jamaica people. He's going to set them free from the struggles and the hardship created by this criminal prime minister and his government. So Big Mama them spin it and play the race card and run with it, but it backfired on them. Then they went to his dual citizenship thing, that the birtherism that blew up in their faces, because according to the Constitution, Section 9 tells you what a dual citizenship is, and Section 39 of the Constitution tells you the eligibility of those who are from the Commonwealth countries that are able and are dually legal to sit in representation in the parliament. So that blew up on them. Regardless of that, them still use Dwayne Voss situation and try to make it look like he was one of the illicit 6 at the time, when the IC said that their investigation is about current members of parliament. Then when the IC said they move it down when they increase it from 6 to 8, Big Mama and his network propaganda machine ran out and says it's no longer illicit enrichment, criminals in the parliament, but it's 2.
Pastor Ricky, you have to log out because the people, some of the people, they are not getting you clearly. The mic is buffering, right? I don't know what is happening.
There's some distortion.
There's some distortion there, right? So either you're going to have to maybe just log off and then we log in again. I don't know what is happening.
I'll join it on my phone.
Yes, because that is a distraction.
No worries.
All right, cool. Now, let us show the Jamaican people that what Big Mama Station is coming out and talking about, 2 agencies are investigating and so forth and so forth. Cannot lie. But again, he's allowed to get away with these things, right? So let us play, right, the response from KSAMC. Let us play that response. Let us show that response, right? Cannot lie. Yeah. Here's the response. right? Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation news release for immediate release. The Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation has taken note of recent media reports regarding alleged misuse of public funds for political purposes. As the mayor of Kingston and chairman of the KSAMC, I wish to reaffirm my commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance. If an anti-corruption probe is on the way, we welcome it and stand ready to cooperate fully. Number one, this is not the way our the Integrity Commission investigators normally do things, right? They will not, if there's certain investigation supposed to proceed, they will call you, right? They will have dialogue with you and they will inform you, right? Based on the level of the investigation. So again, this goes to show you how Big Mama is devious, vicious, and making up all of these lies, vicious to the Jamaican people. And I'm wondering if Big Mama has a conscience, right, to know that here you have a prime minister, right, who is so corrupted, a prime minister, right, who is looking and talking about every Jamaican ghetto youth is a star. And the very same prime minister, you understand, make up with you prosperity to steal the Black Star and money. There's no two way about that. Right? $470 million going through various accounts. $143,000 leave from SSL going into an NCB account that the Prime Minister took out a couple of days prior to that lodgement. Right? Come on. And this is somebody that Big Mama is defending and say that he is the best Prime Minister in Jamaica. Best Prime Minister. What do you mean when you talk about best Prime Minister? You support that Andrew Wallace is the best Prime Minister, and we ask you to identify 3 solid social programs that Andrew Wallace had done. We are asking you, Big Mama, take time on your program for tomorrow because we know you're listening to this. Come up with 3 social programs, solid social programs, what Andrew Wallace had done for Jamaican people. The only social program that Andrew Wallace came up with, you understand, is SSL. SSL. And the other social program that he came up with, you understand, is to aid and abetting several contracts to govern. What social programs Andrew Wallace came up with? Right? Don't talk about sparks because sparks neither the smoke nor fire. So don't talk about sparks. It neither the smoke nor fire. Now, if any anti-corruption probe is underway, we welcome it and stand ready to cooperate fully. Thank you, Mayor Swaby, as we continue to uphold the highest standard of public service. Remember now, you can't bring down Mayor Swaby, you know, because Mayor Swaby in the corruption like Andrew Wallace and his administration to provide clarity on how resources are allocated in the absence of an elected councillor. It is important to note that when there is a vacancy in a municipal division, the allocation of resources in those areas fall under the responsibility of the mayor. This is the case in Denham Town, West Kingston, Olympic Gardens, West Central, and St. Andrew. So if Duns Lawrence Row, if the Trojan kid, the Trojan arse, right, don't understand the procedures, right? Here it is, the procedure. You understand, Lawrence Law. Here is the procedure. So you may have seen an authentic procedure taking place, but you know what? You love it gossip. You love the ear set. You love the pasa. So you find yourself over Big Mama. Because you love the pasa. And you love the ear set. Now, to provide clarity on how resources are allocated in the absence of an elected councillor, it is important to note that when there is a vacancy in a municipal division, the allocation of resources in those areas fall under the responsibility of the mayor. This is the case in Denham Town, West Kingston, Olympic Gardens, West Central, and St. Andrew, and Chancery Hall, Northwest St. Andrew, where vacancies arose due to the passing of councillors and the elevation of a councillor to a member of parliament. At the end of the Christmas period, the Jamaica Labour Party, members of parliament representing these divisions, including the office of the Prime Minister, were contacted regarding the allocation of funds. And you hear that, Lawrence Rowe? The OPM was included because the Prime Minister is the MP of the constituency where one of the vacant division is located. Had my approach to allocating resources been driven by partnership, I would not have engaged the MPs to facilitate the distribution of these funds. Instead, I deliberately engaged them to ensure transparency, Lawrence Rowe, and that resources reach communities through their elected representative. Furthermore, I must make it clear that municipalities do not disburse cash. Take that away. Take that away. Take that. Okay, let me just read it down the next bulletin point. At no point did the KSAMC authorize or facilitate cash disbursement to any individual if any such transaction took place, right? Because of what Big Mama wanted Jamaica to believe. It was not sanctioned by the corporation and did not involve public funds. You hear that, Big Mama? You hear that? The KSAMC under my leadership remains committed to integrity, responsible governance, and the proper management of public resources. As public servants, we are entrusted with ensuring that public funds are used for the benefit of all residents of Kingston and St. Andrew. And I take this responsibility serious. I will continue to uphold the trust placed in us by the people we serve, ensuring that allocations follow established policies and best practices. And what you also need to know, Big Mama, Mayor Sweeney statutory declaration certified. So we need to join the piece. Yes, coming back, Melting Pot.
Yeah, now when we look at the letter in response to what Big Mama said, it shows that Sweeney don't get any contact from the investigation agency them where Big Mama talk about.
Yes.
Because here Sweeney tell you that, you know, he welcomes such an initiative because he know that since he has took office of that council, that he has done everything by the books. So Mayor Sweeney is not afraid of any investigation team coming in to investigate, because Mayor Sweeney has clearly outlined the responsibility of him being the mayor, being transparent with everything that he does. He's doing it by the book because he's not a loggerhead.
Exactly.
And Mayor Sweeney would not find himself in a predicament after 1 year with public funds, because the People's National Party, all its members, from the by-election councillors, mayors, and member of parliament candidate, they are very credible people with integrity and people that we can trust to move Jamaica forward. So Mayor Sweeney didn't even get a contact from any of these investigation agencies that Big Mama is talking about. So this once again proved that Big Mama is just a big piece of load of shit that like to spread propaganda and will stop at no length to tell his lie to the people of Jamaica. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky. Chip in, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you. Are you hearing me better?
Yes, man.
All right, thank you. Now, I agree with the statement released from Mayor Sweeney that he welcomed any investigation as it relates to funds that are misused or misappropriated from the KSAMC. One of the things that this criminal GLP international money laundering, drug trafficking organization and government needs to understand is that be careful what you wish for. Because I would love to tell Mayor Swaby that when the investigators come in to investigate the whole case, SMAC, that they should leave no stone unturned. One of the things with the FBI in America, when they are investigated, they start off first with their plan of what they came to investigate. And then what they found lead them to something else, And by the time they get finished, them turn over the whole thing and expose more than what they were called to investigate. So I would encourage Mayor Swaby, because Delroy Williams is a criminal that had the reign in government, that was giving out hush monies and handouts. And that's why they're accusing Mayor Swaby, because that's what they were doing prior to him coming in the seat of mayor for the KSAMC. And so their motive of operation and how they conduct themselves criminally, that's their mindset. So they're trying to say he's doing the same thing we were doing. But as Council Joy said, them sit on there for 8 years in the KSAMC, I feel them crawl with taxpayers' money. And so Mayor Swaby is a decent man, a man of faith, a man of upright standing in his community and the citizens that he interacts with. So I agree with him that we welcome the investigators into this probe, and let the chips fall where they may. And I'm sure that any wrongdoing or criminality that is identified, that he will give his support 100% behind it. So I stand with him when he says under his watch, no misuse or misappropriation of funds. Yes, he has the discretionary to use discretionary funds that has been allotted to him for the spending of programs in the parish as he sees fit. That's why it's called discretionary. It's at his discretionary.
Exactly.
Over back to you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to get into the heart of some of the corruption right now, right? And we are going to hear Comrade Mark Golin, right, as it relates to him identifying some of the issues, right, that is wrong with this particular administration. Without any delay, let us hear what the Comrade leader has to say. Beat and teach, right? Mark Golin, I'm telling you, right? Let us present that clip, right? Beat and teach, Mark Golin, PNP, right? And people, let us tune in where this is concerned.
Oops, sorry. Volume.
Reality is, Mr. Speaker, I know discussions about resolutions brought here and neither here nor there. The reality is that Jamaica has a proliferation of schemes that were developed by private developers where the roads are in limbo. And you can't shirk responsibility as a government by saying, oh, that's the way it is. It's the duty of the government to fix the system if the system is flawed. The fact that you're very bad at fixing systems is no excuse. And it's that failure is replicated in many different areas in terms of how the state interfaces with the population, where there are all sorts of inefficiencies which people suffer from daily and need to be corrected, and you're very poor at correcting it. But the point about this is climate change is not the excuse. It's not an excuse that can absolve you from responsibility for your stewardship of the road network over the last 9 years. Highways have been built. Highways were built by many governments. The North Coast Highway was built by the PNP. The East-West Highway was built by the PNP. The North-South Highway was built by the PNP. So and you built some roads too, but the road network, despite the increase in fiscal space, which has been the legacy of the successful execution of the IMH program under the PNP administration of Portia Simpson Miller after the Bruce Golding administration collapsed the program and couldn't cross it and had to give up on it, couldn't pass any test. We took it over and we set the groundwork. We did the heavy lifting. That is why the tax system was fixed by a proliferation of tax legislation and administrative changes, which have borne great fruit, where the revenue has increased year.
All right, let us take that away. Look where we are going now tonight, people. Right? The series of lies that Andrew Honest, right, has been telling the Jamaican people. It's not going to work again. Right? Brother Tukuma, it's not going to work again. Brother Anansi, it's not going to work again. Now, let us just play this clip. And I want to show Jamaica how often that the Jamaica Labour Party, particularly Andrew Honest, comes out and say, okay, all right, no new taxes. No new taxes. Now, it reached a point where I am wondering, right? Why this man just get up and just blatantly lie to the Jamaican people? I am going to show the Jamaican people the series of taxes that Andrew Honest, right, installed on the Jamaican people. And that and by any mere of common sense, for people who, for some JLP blogger who is arguing, let me ask the question. Why you believe that Portia Simpson between 2012 to 2015 operated on a budget total of over $600 billion in comparison to Jamaica Labour Party from 2016 as we speak operated on a budget $1.3 trillion. Think basic mathematics, right?
More than 100% increase.
You understand what I'm saying? So that budget has to be sustained by revenues, taxes. It has to be sustained. Where Andrew Honest is going to get that taxes from, get those taxes from. So Jamaican people, for Jamaican labor rights vloggers, do you believe that some man afar from sky, that Andrew Honest find some money that coming out of the sky and said, okay, we can put it in the budget because we are not going to tax the Jamaican people? How did Andrew Honest budget reach $1.3 trillion? Where did he get, right, the money to sustain that budget? Ask yourself the question, because it seems like some of these bloggers want people to just split with an hatchet and put some common sense in it. Right? So we are going to show you what Andrew Honest did in terms of getting those funds to sustain, right, a $1.3 trillion budget. Now, let us play this clip and listen to Andrew Honest and a series of lies that he used to. The PNP would have you believe that they, all right. Let us get into that and people look at this. Look, listen to Andrew Honest.
Leader of the opposition suggested that there was a fiscal arrangement in place that was sufficient to maintain the road. He suggested that there was a road maintenance fund. The member accurately pointed out that there was established a road maintenance fund. The idea behind the road maintenance fund is that there would be a dedicated tax that would go into this fund and that this fund would be used to maintain roads. I believe that the source of the taxation for this fund was a special consumption tax on petrol. My recollection, the road maintenance fund. Maintenance fund existed for a few years, and undoubtedly there were some roads that were repaired. In fact, there was an administration set up where requests had to be made to that administration for which roads would be repaired. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the then government decided that they would use a portion, in fact, a significant portion of this dedicated tax that would go to the road maintenance fund to pay for an oil edge. They increased the SCT, which should have gone into the road maintenance fund, and the increase was diverted. It is always from the proper management of tax revenues that you do not earmark revenue. Mr. Speaker, earmarking of revenues don't lead to a good outcome. What this administration did, Mr. Speaker, was to abandon the road maintenance fund. Because when you set up an earmark fund, you take a certain percentage of that to manage the fund. You have to pay staff, you have to pay administration. A large part of that fund gets eaten out in terms of just management and administration. The other problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that the funds generated from this special tax was never enough in the first place. In other words, even with the existence of a road maintenance fund, Jamaica's road in 2015, 2014, 2013, and 2011 were in no better condition than they were today. The same protests that existed about bad roads existed then that existed now. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that the road maintenance fund had no impact. What makes the impact? What makes the impact is not more taxes that you dedicate to a particular cause. What makes an impact is more.
Take him away, right? Because we know that is a careless lie. But before I go to him, because we have seen how Cliff Hughes take that and spin it. But before we go to Cliff Hughes spinning, right, and Cliff Hughes telling lies, right, we are going to go through the document to show Jamaican people, right, that of course, remember, you know, in 2015, let me just remind the people, Andrew Holness campaigned that, right, the people were overtaxed, right? He campaigned on that the people were overtaxed and they are not getting any benefits, right, and so forth. But also, Andrew Holness also campaigned as it relates to Jamaica Public Service, where he campaigning saying that he's going to, when he become the incumbent government, he's going to make sure that electricity, right, becomes more affordable, because he will bring in the big companies, the large companies, to make that happen. Now, we have seen now Andrew Holness is just throwing out all the promises again. So Jamaica, for that, we have to wise up, knowing to the fact that that was what he had done in 2015, right? So, I mean, he had done it in 2020, right? The trickery, right? The can business. When Andrew Holness supposed to be busy managing the country, Andrew Holness was busy in 2020 managing his accounts, right? His personal accounts, 28 of them, right? So, why, right, he put stringent rules, right, as it relates to persons through COVID-19. We are only explaining the wickedness, you know, right, and charging people that if they breach the COVID policies, right, $200,000, right, as it relates to charges. We have seen Andrew Holness, own member of parliament, at breach, and the DPP let him go. We have seen that. So we must remember that. We are just showing you these things to remember them, right? We have seen where Andrew Holness, right, promised all sort of things, and not one of them come true. Now, Jamaica people, I'm going to show you the level of taxes that Andrew Holness had imposed on the Jamaican people. And yet here it is, coming out, right, telling the Jamaican people, right, half truth and half lie. Coming out telling the people that I have not increased nothing on direct taxes, right, which that is true. But he's not telling the people that I did not put it on direct taxes. I put it on indirect tax. Special consumption tax, general consumption tax. And this is all as it relates to all the borrowing that he's doing too. Right? We have seen inflation rising. We have seen poverty rising. And the people are suffering. So just let us look at this document. PDF 2017 to 2018. Look at this document, people. Andrew Holness making all the promises. Right? Look at this. Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, March 9th, 2017. This is 1 year after Andrew Holness went into power. And Andrew Holness and his Finance Minister, Adley Shaw, look what they have done. Here it is, Minister Paper 1770. Right? Ministry Paper 1770. Revenue measures for financial year 2017/2018. The House is being reminded of the policy commitment to shift the burden of taxation from a system of direct taxes. See the evidence of people. I'm not telling any lie. Not telling any lie. Here it is. What they have done. Right? The House is being reminded of the policy commitment to shift the burden of taxation from a system of direct taxes to what? To a simplified system of indirect taxation. I want the entire Jamaica to see it, you know. Now, this will involve measures relating to the main indirect tax type, including what? General consumption tax and special consumption tax. Now, people, it will also involve balancing considerations regarding tax rate increases, you hear that, people, versus a progressive broadening of the tax base by reducing exemptions. This reform must also satisfy the objectives of revenue sufficiency. So we want to show Jamaica how this man, you understand, operating as it relates to 1.3 trillion as it relates to his budget expenditures, right? Now, here it is. It will also involve balancing considerations regarding tax rate increases versus a progressive broadening of tax base by reducing exemptions. This reform must also satisfy the objectives of revenue sufficiency. When you hear that, people, emphasize equity with regards to the burden of the taxation and facilitate administrative efficiency. It is within this context that the following mix of measures are proposed to be implemented for fiscal year 2018. Now let us go down and look now as it relates to the implementation. Now look, right? So you know what special consumption tax is, right? Increasing special consumption tax payable in respect to fuel, right? Now let us go down to, right, these areas. We are going to definitely get into, right, these are just giving the, you know, the definition and so forth. This is the breakdown, right? So we are going to get into, right, the area, general consumption tax. All right, so it's telling you about the special consumption tax, the general consumption tax, and other taxes, increases in motor vehicle license and fees. So we are going to go into now the breakdown. All right, summary of measures. Here, people, we are getting into the breakdown. I passed through the various areas of indirect taxes as it relates to special consumption tax, general consumption tax, and other taxes. Now, this is the summary of tax measures, right? A summary of the measures together with the expected revenue impact is provided in the table below. Let us now look. Here it is, special consumption tax. Increase excise in pure alcohol from 1,120 per litre to 1,230 per litre, right? An additional, one get from that, here it is, because it comes in billion. So this is saying 0 billion $403 million he collect extra. I want people to understand this, so I'm going to go through very slowly so people can understand. So for the increased excise on pure alcohol as it relates to his increase, right, Andrew Holness generated $403 million. Now, let us go to the next line. Increase excise on tobacco products from $14 per stick to $17 per stick. Andrew Holness raking $826 million, right, to Jamaican people. Tax. Increase in specific special consumption tax on fuel. Andrew Holness, these are people, I lie upon them, $7 billion. $459 million for that. Now let us look at the general consumption tax. May I show you the summary. Apply GCT at 16.5% to group health insurance. Look how much Andrew Holness raking for that. 1 billion people, $884 million. Okay. Reduce the threshold for the application. Now, look at the wickedness now. These people, look at this line item. Remember that it is Andrew Holness campaign, to the Jamaican people, and tell them, say the People's National Party, you understand, have high electricity bill on them, People want to see the level of wickedness as it relates to Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness campaign and say when he gets into power, he's going to bring in the big energy company. You understand? So that, you understand, the cost of energy can be reduced. Now, 2017, look what Andrew Holness tell Ardlishaw. Andrew Holness and Ardlishaw, after them promise, say they are going to make energy costs little less burdensome for the people. Look at the first thing what Andrew Holness do here to people. Reduce the threshold for the application of GCT and the consumption of residential electricity from 350 kilowatt per month to 150 kilowatt per month. Let me explain this now to people. So what the People's National Party had done in terms of cushion, right, certain effect from JPS as it relates to charges to the residential electricity, right? That is the ordinary people that who they use electricity, is to put that kilowatt per month to 350 kilowatt per month. Simply means that a lot of people would not reach that kilowatt 350 per month, and so then they will be protected. They will be protected. You know what the wicked Andrew Holness had done? See there, in come in and he reduce it and remove the protection from 350 watt to 150 kilowatt per month. Simple mean, what this means, that he now broaden the tax net. And so then, for people who using for the residential electricity, persons who using residential electricity, the ordinary people them, by the time them reach, as them reach 150 kilowatt per month, you understand, those charges will automatically, right, apply to these people. You don't want it wicked and this. Like so much money in collect for it, yeah. See the people, $1,498 million. Now, other taxes increase motor vehicle license and fees. Now, people, you see the other taxes that relate to increase motor vehicle license and fees. This is why now Andrew Holness administration is so evil and so wicked. Just imagine, people. Andrew Holness is not fixing the road. Andrew Holness damaged the Road Maintenance Act. And after Andrew Holness damaged the Road Maintenance Act to fix up the road them, Andrew Holness turned around and increased motor vehicle license and fees by 20%. So Andrew Holness administration is not giving the taxi man them, the commuters them, You understand? as it relates to any service at all. You know? It's just like you go shopping, right? And you go buy some things and you get pushed in a bag, you don't know where you get, and when you carry on the bag, right? Nothing knowing in the bag. So Andrew Holness, right, increase taxes and commuters, right, by 20% and all in $464 million. Now look on this now, people. Reimpose withholding tax and general insurance premium paid by Jamaican resident to non-resident at a rate of 15%. Andrew Wallace. Now the gross total, see the gross total there? What achieved out of all of that? Watch out. $13 billion. $524 million. Take that away on it. Take it away. So we just want to show Jamaican people the evidence and the wickedness, right, of this Andrew Holness led government. Telling the people on top of advice, you understand that his administration, right, has not increased taxes. We don't want it wicked on that. One of the farms, examiner took off my plate because of bad roads. And when I go back to the tax office, it cost me more than exam fees. This is so oppressive and so wicked under this government, right? Now, Melting Pot, let me just make you come in again. No, let me just give Pastor Ricky a time and just change it up. Pastor Ricky, come in on this. We just see the amount of fees being collected.
Yeah. This is proof why we can't call him honorable. He's a dishonorable criminal, pathological liar. You know, they refer to the house, Gordon House, as a dishonorable house because we watch the Parliament every Tuesday, and they always talk about this honorable house. But for him to stand on the floor of a sacred place that represents a great institution of Jamaica, where legislation is signed into law, voted on and signed into law, and desecrate the Gordon House with such blatant pathological lies and deception. I mean, this guy ran for election in 2015 on a lie. He lived a lie, he believed a lie, and he's a liar. And so forth. To say that climate change is blaming the roads condition on climate change. Climate change is nothing new under the sun. Climate change been around from aeons ago. Every country has experienced some change in the weather pattern, whether it was man-made, technology-made, or God-made. The weather patterns in the world has changed and shifted all through the world. And yet, none of his predecessors has ever declared road emergency in Jamaica, except him, because of his incompetence and lack of, when he dismantled the road maintenance fund. No, and lie on the Parliament floor to say it's going to cause a tax burden on fluid. Yet you just showed the ministry paper that oddly showed the former Minister of Finance released in March of 2017, and you very eloquently outlined each line item of GCT, General Consumption Tax, SCT, Special Consumption Tax, and one of them was fuel, that according to the line item number you just went over, they generate $7 billion in fuel, as you just eloquently stated. Yet he was blaming Mama P to say when she raised a 40 cents per liter for fuel to help build the Road Maintenance Act and funding so that the roads can be fixed, the drainage can be clean, the gully can be clean, roads can be patched, and so forth. He had a problem with it because he wanted to put all of that money, what he called, into a consolidated fund, so you can't trace the line item expenditures. And so we know, because we deal with budgets, that in order to formulate the budget annually in the fiscal year, you have to make projections and forecasts of future revenues, future funding, that is funds that is owed to the government from stuff like exporting, bauxite, agriculture, and what you expect to, receive from tourism and so forth. And then you have the next pool of funds that makes up the taxes that you're forecasting and generating and projecting and predicting, is that the next set of money that goes towards making up the budget is taxes that the government expect to collect, taxes that is owed to the government. So when they increase the budget to 1.3 million the fiscal year ends in March, so we're still in the fiscal year. And they use this concurrent running of indirect taxes from 2017. Now, all of that revenue that you just read off, and I have it on my TikTok page, anyone wants to go over there and look at it, that was for the fiscal year 2017 into 2018. But yet that can currently run every year up until this day. So every year they are generating billions of dollars in taxes, indirect taxes, from the Jamaican people, and lie on the parliament floor when they say that they don't raise taxes, and they're paid bloggers who doesn't read and can't comprehend because they depend on Big Mama and his propaganda machine to interpret stuff for them, and then they run with it saying that there is no new taxes. And here's the evidence from 2017 that Ali Shaw released this paper 2017/2017 with all the line items of taxes from cigarettes or tobaccos, alcohol, fuel or petroleum, same thing, group health insurance, motor vehicles and fees, and electricity. Listen, man, electric bills has gone through the roof in Jamaica. The average person now is paying 10,000 or more, depending on how much kilowatt they use per month. Yet he decreased it from 300 kilowatts to 150 kilowatts to widen the pool of more taxes that he can get from the Jamaica people. And now they are burdened with high electricity bill.
Crazy.
And this is mind-boggling, because this criminal doesn't have a conscience when he will get up and he doesn't feel the suffering and the afflictions and the pain of what he has. No empathy, no sympathy, no compassion for what the people that are suffering, all because he raised taxes in 2017 that you just highlighted, that runs concurrently to this present day that we're in, and put that tax burden on the Jamaican people. But because they don't read for themselves, and I'm not disrespecting the people, but it's the truth, because they rely on Big Mama, that they're gonna, whatever Big Mama say, they take it as the gospel. And so and yet they're burdened with so much taxes, even land taxes, property taxes, all different type of taxes have increased. And one last point, not to mention when the dollar depreciates against the US dollar, the British pound, and the Canadian pound, it also elevates cost of living on goods and services, that when the dollar depreciates every day, it raises prices at the store, the grocery store. And that's another tax, indirect taxes, that the people are burdened down with. And it's a crime shame. He has mismanaged, him and Nigel Clark mismanaged the economy that Mama P and Dr. Peter Phillips, and some degree Comrade Leader Mark Golding, that was very instrumental in turning the wrecking ship from Bruce Golding, how they wrecked the economy by putting us into debt and couldn't even pass 14 tests from the IMF. And Mama P, Dr. Peter Phillips, and Comrade Leader Mark Golding, went into the trenches and got the necessary agreements internationally that the IMF can give us a loan again. And they set the economy on a trajectory that the economy can be sustainable and people will have a better future. But what he did and came in and wrecked the economy is beyond me. And this is another reason why this criminal does not deserve another term in office. Turn it back over to you.
Exactly. Melting pot, take it away, come and know you're tuning in for coming in.
So true, Brother Byron. No, first I want to go back to those two clippings that you played from within God knows Parliament session. Yeah. In the first clip, the leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, was outlining, the various development program that were being carried out by the People's National Party during their time in office.
Yes.
And was relating to the fact, about the roads and stuff like that, because Mark Golding was specifically highlighting, the neglect of the Jamaican road, right? And here it is, you have a Jeannette Calder turning off the mic, and the opposition leader. So the point I'm trying to, establish is bullyism.
Yeah, of course.
The Jamaica Labour Party. And I mean, they carry it all the way into God knows. Because during that session that the leader of the opposition was engaging with his fellow member, speaking to the ruling government and highlighting the situation, there was no disturbance. But I could hear Jeannette Calder bickering and then silence, disrespecting the leader of the opposition. But the next clip that you played, here is the Prime Minister lying through his teeth as it relates to taxes, right? And the fundamental issue was the special consumption tax that was being generated from every liter of fuel. He was making reference that it wasn't anything substantial and all these type of shenanigans coming out of my mouth, saying that, you cannot project your figures that you're gonna get from tax throughout a fiscal year, that you cannot predict what it's gonna be, right? But we know what he did with that special consumption tax from fuel, because he should have never gone in and have nothing to do with that. That was a special consumption tax from the fuel to go into road maintenance program, right? And when it looked so embarrassing on his part, he went all the way back to 2013 to explain that the state of the road then were the same as now in his time.
Lie.
But we know that's a lie, because so many showers of rain. Remember, 2013, yeah, and then we have a hurricane 2014, right? If anyone can remember, we had an hurricane in Jamaica 2014. Now, if that hurricane did not damage the road then, right? Oh, Beryl come and damage his road in his time. Because that hurricane was Hurricane Ivan, If anyone can remember carefully, 2014, we had Hurricane Ivan.
Yeah.
Right? And it went on longer than this 1 year. You understand, Beryl? But the road under the PNP government, they didn't deteriorate. And so when he came in, he got the road in much better condition. That's why he could have neglected the roads.
Yes.
You understand?
With a maintenance fund too, along with the good roads.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So this is a man that like to lie, tell PR, and make derogative statement as it relates to his bad governance. You understand?
Yes, definitely.
So we are looking now at, we are seeing 12,534,000,000 in tax from just duty tax. But we're not looking at, and we're not hearing about land tax and property tax and the business community tax. Right? That's not included in this, you know. So we are seeing over prolonged period where this government has collected hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes. And we have not seen any work being done with those tax. As a matter of fact, it seems like him have a kickback policy with tax. Because a lot of companies now are delinquent, so we don't know what agreement.
And he doesn't like to pay taxes. Him tell Zara Burton say him not like to pay tax. In
I remember him saying that. You know?
and by so doing, robbing the government revenues.
Yeah. He is the main instigator for that.
Damaging several social programs. What people don't understand, you know, that when they don't pay these taxes, you're affecting social programs.
Exactly.
That is what they are doing.
And in 2016, Zara Burton identified from the TAJ website while he was campaigning that he had an outstanding balance of $413,000 in taxes.
Yes. All right.
That's when he make reference that he don't like to pay tax.
Finish up.
Yeah, so we are looking at this man here now, you know, trying to trick his way through to the electorate. You know, in saying that, oh, he had to did what he did because all of these shenanigans. And it doesn't add up to one good sense. Because we didn't need a consolidatory fund, right? Where you bundle up all the taxes that you collect.
Yep.
Because that is just muddy in the water for those taxes to be audited.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm gonna give you a background, melting pot. Because every society, every government, right, in every society, various society, first world countries are, you know, whatever, right? Third world countries are so forth. They have consolidated funds. The consolidated fund is a central fund system for the government. But we don't put certain taxes, right? Collect certain taxes and put in a that. You understand? Then it somewhat make it more difficult for it to be audited.
Right.
Right. And so as it relates to the Road Maintenance Act, the Road Maintenance Fund, what Andrew Wallace had done with that is to put that now in the consolidated funds. Right? In short, that shouldn't be in the consolidated.
That's what I'm saying.
Because number one, it is a heavily traffic procurement system, right? When you talk about fixing roads and so forth and so forth. So you want auditors to make sure if you are trying to build and maintain a robust system, you have to make auditors ensure that okay, this line item can be quickly audited and you can tell, you understand, if you have the specific loss from this particular item. But put in the road maintenance fund into the consolidated fund. Now you can't tell how much really missing from that. Because it is now in the consolidated fund.
Right.
You understand? And which and here it is. Because put in the road maintenance fund into the consolidated fund. We have seen that there is no road being maintained under Andrew Holness administration. So what happened to the money?
Exactly.
Well, I hear him say something, you know, and it baffled me.
Yes.
He said that, you know, the money that was coming from half the fuel wasn't much. But I want Andrew Wallace to know I was a coaster bus owner. I know how much full of tank that a coaster use per day. You spend over 10,000 Jamaican dollars, and I'm going all the way back to 2015.
Yes.
That's when I pull out of the bus business out here. Right? Over $10,000 to full a coaster tank. How many coasters we have running throughout the whole of Jamaica? Throughout the KMTR, right?
Yes.
And down in the country. How many? Plus the taxi, plus the trucks.
Exactly.
All its contractors that use diesel. This man is a pathological liar and a criminal of the highest order in Jamaica.
You're perfectly right. No,
you understand?
Now what's this? Melting pot and lie. Goes to show you, and I want to show Jamaica this, that quick views, right, program, right, means Jamaica no good. No good. In terms of where Big Mama, right, is defending, right, certain things as it relates to the poor road system, right, not being maintained. But I'm going to play the clip, make people decipher. And where we told a lie, right, and where you have the host, right, one of the hosts on Big Mama's program said nowhere at no time that the road project, right, being investigated by the Integrity Commission. So people need to listen and hear that they are going to say that there is no investigation as ever done by the Integrity Commission. No, I'm going to prove them tonight that that is a callous lie. And this is what they do, right? Because if you're not researching, right, your information and not doing any deep dive in terms of facts, checking them, they will get away with this.
Yes.
So listen to this clip, people. Listen to this clip, good. And I am going to come with evidence, right, to show Big Mama, right, as it relates to if Marga telling such a callous lie, a member of parliament. But remember, you know, he said clearly, never trust the word of a politician. He said it. And I said, you know what? Let me fact check him. And when I fact check him, here is the evidence. These situations were concerned by auditors. Now, just watch this now, people. Okay, let me just take this card quickly and then I get to that. Yes, caller, you are on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Man, I'm glad you'll take this card before you get on to your next video.
Yes.
Because this is just backing up from what Pastor Ricky was saying with respect to the additional taxes that the government placed on the people.
Yes.
And you were making reference with that document you had.
Yes.
To my mind, what Pastor Ricky never lightened the whole iniquitous increase with at this time is the 300% increase that the government took for themselves as well.
Oh, yes. Certainly right.
In addition to the hardship on the people, you know, and the suffering and the lack of infrastructure, lack of hospital equipment and medication, and with all of that, the government still went ahead and took 300% for themselves. You know, I just want to know how bad the situation can be. That when you look at the economy and see it is floundering and things aren't going right, you still decide fit to take 300% for you and your parliamentarians. How could that be? And one other point is that all of these increases that you were showing with that document of 2017, bear in mind that that could have a relationship to the 1.5 million that the government offered, you know. And he told us that it would be zero out. But it didn't.
Yes.
So all of the
taxes that you had put on it, that you had increased, it might very well have to do with compensating of the 1.5 tax ceiling that he has raised. So you need to look at that optimistic and you
Yes. Yes.
So I just make that point, for sure the iniquitous behavior of the government.
Very good point. Really appreciate
It's
it.
a hardship.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's my take. And, I just want to say thanks to you and your panel, Melting Pot, the pastor himself, Ricky.
Yes.
And yourself, my wife, sir.
All
Thanks
right.
for doing a good job, all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
I mean, very powerful point the caller made. In spite of all these special consumption tax, right, and other taxes, general consumption tax, right, there is no mercy, there is no sympathy from the government, no care, right, in spite of all of that, the inflation, the high poverty, right, they just shove it down. I honestly believe that Andrew Holness just have a personal vendetta against Jamaican people. Very personal vendetta, because how can you do this knowing that the economy, as what the caller just said, is fluttering? Right? Let me just take this other caller. Yes, caller, you're on the Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night.
Yes, President, good night.
Yeah, I'm calling from Jamaica, Kingston.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. There's a problem with the hospital in public.
Yes.
Yeah. My name, I don't know if you remember, Beverly Real sticks up a night time and I come out on the show. Yes. Don't say she doesn't start on Tuesday. I'm going to have a public every day to one of me. They can't carry no fruit juice. They can't carry no jelly water. They can't carry no, not all gear. I'm going to go to the young gear. I'm going to she gets the tea water. Look at so rice, so more food. But rice with one chicken, you see them curry, you see them browning, you don't see nothing white. And some relative like people pick up and that way. They take up and like they cut up and put in food. My people are used to them thing there. My people are used to them thing there. And even time is happy bread and tongue and give them. And when we ask that we can't come here with family inside the man, we can't carry food. My woman did that for the asthma, she has asthmatic. She can't eat food for every day. Every day, till later on. That not look good.
All right. Let me see if we can respond to your concern, caller. Right. Thank you to call and make note of that. So we are going to speak in reference of that. All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I want more point now.
Yes, go ahead.
There's one back in to say, in consequence, all right. We live in a Wednesday, so we live in Anatole.
Yes.
And there's no night when you go chat to other people that they never get bad news one time.
Wow. And he's saying that his constituency is okay.
Yeah.
Vote him out. Vote him out, man.
And when he said okay in reference to what? That remember that he's a member of parliament as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Let me just say to you, they simply lack the ability to speak the truth, sir. All right.
Yeah.
So that is blessed, my brother.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And Melting Pot and we alone some
Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, man.
Woolworth. Blessings, my brother.
And
Yeah.
definitely our best wishes. Hope she get better soon.
All right.
Amen.
Thank you.
Yes, as what the gentleman just said, right? The level of deficiencies, the level of inadequacies, the level of, disdain throughout the system, right? And yet, here is the Jamaica Labour Party administration. No other administration spent the amount of money that we spent on the healthcare system. Now, let me tell you something. I start to figure now that, look, they really take Jamaican people for puppy show. This particular administration really take Jamaica people for puppy show, because what I observe with them, right, is a particular pattern of behavior, and this is the pattern of behavior that I am observing with them. The areas where they rob the money most, right, it is like the code is go out and say that, okay, we spend most of the money. And so then when they say they spend most of the money, right, no other administration spend most money, the amount of money like what the Jamaica Labour Party administration had spent on healthcare. People are wonder, them one on there. Want to the bed them. Sympathetic tissues, we don't have it. Right? Certain facilities, as it relates to dealing with the healthcare system, we don't have it. So the people are asking, so then we're all of this money. We're all of this money. And then what you hear now from the Auditor General, while the people asking that, the Auditor General is saying $800 billion unaccounted for.
Stolen.
It's to the Ministry of
But Sir Byron, if a person keep telling a lie repeatedly over and over, psychologically, after a while, people start believing the lie.
Yeah, I'm trying to fathom this, right? I'm trying to fathom this, trying to balance this. Okay, all right. Here is Horace Strong again. Right, speaking of his ministry, there is no other government in the history of Jamaica had spent, you understand, the amount of money that they spent, right, as it relates to the Minister of National Security. Now you have police still struggling to get overtime pay, right? Proper vests, right? The police them don't have it.
Vehicles breaking down.
They don't have it.
Police stations, deplorable.
Uniform, they don't have it. Proper stations, right? They don't have it. And so now you see a pattern existing that, oh, this is what the Andrew Holness led government is all about. Yes, speak loud with the PR. Tell them how much that we have spent. And then, of course, here we are, right? We are not spending anything. All of our pockets getting fat. All of them having businesses and so forth and so forth. And when you look in the meantime, here is the Auditor General is saying, look, Jamaican people, yes, Jamaica Labour Party administration is saying that their administration spend the most, but however, it is their administration where the Auditor General cannot account for the missing money most. Think of that. So now, of course, that starts to make sense. Because if they are saying that they are spending so much billions of dollars and no other government has spent what they had spent, right? I have never seen, right? Never before, where you have Auditor Generals and the Integrity Commission, right? As it relates to other government, right, where you have, right, over $1.3 trillion unaccounted for. Yes, we know that it is over a protracted period, right, between 2010 until now. But when you look at it, right, people need to understand that Andrew Holness government, 9 years at the helm, 9 years at the helm, and $1.3 trillion unaccounted for, and they are saying now to the Auditor General, hey, don't speak of it that way. Remember that we had spoken that, of course, we spend the most on healthcare, and guess what? Meanwhile, they spend the most on healthcare, right? Let us take it out of Jamaica now. the Canadian authority, the United States authority is telling their people, don't visit Jamaica because the health care is deplorable.
Yeah.
So you tell me Jamaican people, and this government is now asking the Jamaican people to vote them in. How can you vote them in when you have a situation where the Auditor General, right, is saying $1.3 trillion missing?
$3 trillion.
You have a situation where you have 8 members of parliament, right, under investigation for illicit enrichment. You have a situation where the Prime Minister for the country, right, is in a conundrum, unable to explain his words.
Yeah.
Right, and here he is, right, doesn't even have a conscience, doesn't have a care to say, okay, let me take away myself. But he is in the middle, interrupting with investigation while he is under investigation.
My God.
So this is just crazy. This is just sickness. Honestly, 100%. And then you wonder, what happened to the PSOJ? But why should I wonder what happened to the PSOJ when Nigel Clark, Dan Webby, right, who aligned with the Jamaican Labour Party, is on the PSOJ committee?
The board, yep. Amen.
So what are we going to get from that? So we know that the PSOJ is 100% Jamaican Labour Party. Right? So then, now, let us look now in terms of how the spin doctor, and that's why I'm going to mash up Big Mama tonight, you know. Look on now Cliff Hughes now. Trying Cliff Hughes, host of demons, right? Try to justify wrongdoing. Simply, people. Simply because Cliff Hughes owe the government revenues. And I want to point it out, right, to Cliff Hughes employees that they need to go and check NHT. And if certain things not being paid over to NHT, particularly if the company is collecting taxes from you people, don't sit there, right? Go and investigate.
Yeah.
Because the word find out that, guess what? The
They say
contribution is not being paid over. Right?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm telling other people as well, right, who work, you understand, within the corporate entities, right? Don't just sit there, right? Go and check these things out because you are under an Andrew Holness administration. You're under a kleptocratic government.
Thieves. My God.
Right? You're under a kleptocratic government. So you have to check these things out. Yes, Martin, but come in and then make
you know, in regard to our caller about, you know, family member and the care that they've been receiving at KPH. Now I'm looking at a Sierra Inc. $2.1 billion contract given out to Carlene Smith and Company for meals. As I would like to ask, as any...
Repeat that, melting pot. Repeat that when the people hear loud and clear.
Yes, there is a Sierra Inc. $2.1 billion contract given to Carlene Smith and Company for meals for the hospital.
That is Derek Smith's son.
Derek Smith's son.
Yes.
The one that has the gambling habit. The one that has the gambling habit, you know.
Yes.
You understand? So I'm asking, who audit, you know, the contract to oversee the contract that, you know, the meals have been, you know, provided an adequate meal, nutritious meal for the patient? Because this is $2.1 billion, you know, in contract.
But hold on, line. Because the serious question in this, right?
Definitely.
The serious question in this is, how on God earth that you would have given someone $2.1 billion,
crackers and cheese,
right? To for 3 years, right? To cook food, right? For doctors and nurses and so forth.
But let me ask a very important question, because I've been sitting here listening to everybody.
Yes.
When I was a student and when I used to work at Corner Regional Hospital and even Spanish Town, the dietary department was run by a nutritionist, and then they employed people to cook. So for the different disease conditions, there were specific meals that the patients would get. The nutritionist would know what amount, what portion of each food to be given to these patients for their disease condition, and they used to get a balanced meal. So these contractors that they're giving out these contracts to, do they know anything about proper nutrition, or they just know how to put food in a pot and cook it?
Very good question.
I think it's a lot of
chop it. They might chop the money, man. The budget.
Chop the money. Nepotism.
But nothing
So where
to do
are the
with
nutritionists that we used to have
dietary and nutrition?
that used to work in the hospital to make sure that the patient get meal, because the meal is very important in the healing process of any condition that you have.
Yeah.
So where are the nutritionists?
I'm afraid of the prime minister.
No, this is,
Remember,
this is a gambler, you know. This is an addicted gambler being given a $2.1 billion contract to provide meal for the hospital.
Can you imagine?
You understand? So we are asking, you know,
Good question,
who
Lady
supervises
Anne-Marie.
the actual provision of distribution of these meals, and
That's a
what
good
type of
question.
meal is being provided by the
Yeah.
contractor. You understand? So $2.1
and
billion is nothing to sniff about. It's a whole heap of taxpayers' money.
The fact of the matter is taxpayers' money. The man them just the man just give them friend just to just rob taxpayers' money, rob taxpayers blindly. That's why I'm saying that Andrew Holness have a personal vendetta against Jamaican people. A personal vendetta that Andrew Holness is carrying against Jamaican people. Andrew Holness literally hate the Jamaican people. Right? I can't say it better. To be honest, that's
the reality. That's the reality. That's the reality.
All right. Yeah.
Well, let me just say this real quick before you move on. Okay, so the prime minister and his cronies have been stealing so much money from the treasury. Pamela Monroe, Auditor General, report shows that, or reveals that, $3 trillion is unaccounted for, chopped, stolen, missing, whichever descriptive adjective. Words are synonymous in meaning. One word can have different meanings. We all know that. Nevertheless, when we look at the procurement process, this is where most of the stealing take place, you know. And then the next thing is that when the criminal prime minister speaks and his government, they make it appears that taxpayers' funding belong to them. Warmington says that him now getting a PMP councillor fee him money, which is literally taxpayers' money. The new commissioner of police said in the clip we played last night, he spent $24 million for fee man them for get equipped. Yet them don't wear body armors. Yet they don't. I mean, not body armors. Body cam. So they, when they go on a crime scene, it can video or you know what's happening. When the prime minister speaks, he says we spend the most money than any other government. He always make it sound, and his government project. Tufton do the same thing too, as if taxpayers' money belongs to them. And I think that mindset that they all have is where most of them chop the money and steal the money from, because they behave as if taxpayers' funding belongs to them. And this is why them I forget all accountable, because there's nowhere in America, Canada, England, or any European country, first world country, that you can have a health ministry with $830 billion missing or stolen or unaccounted for, and that person who's the head of the department or ministry does not resign and have to answer for the in America, them dry before Congress, congressional hearing, and Congress will drill you forget to the bottom of why the money is missing, stolen, or unaccounted. Same thing. The Prime Minister office have $12.2 billion unaccounted for, stolen, missing. Yet you don't hear them ask. Parliament is not subpoenaing them to come, even though them control the parliament. But still, you know, they should have hearings into these things like we see in America. The finance ministry have $111 billion stolen or missing. The security ministry has $152 billion missing or stolen. The education ministry has $902 billion, almost $1 trillion, almost 1/3 of the $3 trillion stolen comes from the education ministry. This is a big major red flag in accounting, budgeting, and financing. There's no way under the earth MOCA is not even investigating these things, allowing politicians to say it's outstanding. Okay, outstanding means that we have the receipt, but we just haven't submit them yet. We have the expenditures, but we don't have submit them yet. We have the invoices, but we don't submit them yet. We have the contract signed and dated, but we haven't submit. But yet, these missing money that the Auditor General identify in our findings go back from 10 to 11 years. How long does it take to generate the invoice, the expenditures, receipts, the signed contracts, and bring it to the front and center to identify where this money went?
Exactly. Now we are going to get in some things because even some of what you're touching here, right? But we're going to show you how Cliff Hughes is trying to spin certain things, and where Morgan is telling lie about there is no investigative body, right? I've never done certain investigation. Well, I'm going to show Morgan, right, that he's a jealous liar. And right, Morgan himself said that never, you understand, trust any word that comes out of his mouth. That's what Morgan said. Never trust any word that comes out of his mouth. Morgan said never trust the word of a politician, and Morgan is a politician. So he's saying that never trust any word comes out of his mouth. No, so listen, the script people, refuse. Let us take in this.
The opposition leader went after the government, saying that it has deliberately been focusing on huge multi-billion-dollar roadworks so that it and its friends, cronies, can scrape. Well, that has become an issue now. Here's Mahiri Stewart's report on that.
This is the comment that has drawn the ire of the Works Minister.
Our Prime Minister said we have an emergency in the country because of road. Why we have a problem with the road? We have a problem with the road because the government has not been attending to the issue of roads. They have done nothing to maintain the road network. They like the big projects because they can pack and scrape dollars off it for them and their cronies. But the road that you have to drive on every day, them men are done with those roads and only suffer because of the lack of attention and care of this uncaring government.
But Robert Morgan says despite the claims of the opposition leader, the Holness administration has never been accused of any wrongdoing by any anti-corruption body where roadworks are concerned.
I think the comments of the leader of the opposition are actually beneath his office. He has gone very far in essentially accusing our Jamaican contractors and the entire procurement system of corruption without any evidence. He has called them cronies. There's been no finding by any integrity commission, any auditor general of cronyism in the emergency programs and the South Coast Highway improvement projects that this government has done. As a matter of fact, if you look at the last 8 years that this government has been in power and the major projects that we have done, unlike previous administrations, of which the current leader of the opposition was a part, there have been no findings by any authority of corruption in these programs.
Minister Morgan says Golding should apologize to hard-working public servants who administer the public procurement process.
That the leader of the opposition owes our contractors, our public servants who maintain the procurement process, our civil servants who administer these processes, an apology for his accusation of labeling them.
Take him away. Tonight I am going to put him in the dumb bin. People. So this is hey, people, this is how they are so vicious and cruel to the Jamaican people. Let me repeat what Morgan said related to the procurement system, that there is no finding by any authority of corruption in those programs. People, we all here, we paid it, and we all here. Now, people, wanna follow me. Now, bring up this document, honey. Wanna follow me, and Mr. Morgan, come, because you and Big Mama, come listen here.
Give me right name, man. Bug Life.
Yes, Bug Life, Lion Bug Life. No wonder why you ain't get sued by you know who. And you come
the man,
that's why you get sued.
Ratty say miss him and I want him come back.
yeah, Ratty said I miss him though. But again, we're going to beat him again tonight and beat him and confuse. So, honey, bring up the procurement office.com. Jamaica audits find flawed procurement governance. Look at beat and teach them tonight. Teach your people, see the evidence here. So we are going to take them and read this and call views and call Mr. Morgan, right? Because it seems like you people don't align with Andrew Wilness government, which is a kleptocratic government, right? And for once you align with a kleptocratic government, of course, you're going to have pilfering, you're going to have nepotism, cronyism, and all of that. So let me read out the article for you now. You understand me? I said Jamaican audits find flawed procurement governance. Now, this article is an excerpt from the Art of Tendering a Global Due Diligence Guide. Recent Jamaican audits have revealed a series of procurement infractions in public institutions, including weak oversight and planning, inadequate record keeping, improper contract splitting, unlawful sourcing, and flawed acceptance testing. Now, in its October 2019 report entitled Special Report of Investigation conducted into allegations concerning donations which were made by Petrodram Limited to organization and causes for the period April 2016 to March 2018, Jamaica Integrity Commission found that Petrodram donation policy, through which the public agency funded certain school procurement, right, lacked proper administration. The audit found a lack of documentation confirming that the funds were spent for their intended purpose. People want to stay along, because we're going on the road procurement too, and still say the road procurement involved. But we are telling them that the amount of problem what the procurement offices, right, have as it relates to Andrew Wilness kleptocratic government. And here is Morgan saying that based on the procurement system, there is no finding by any authority of corruption in these programs. And here now, let me show them. Now, here it is. In its October 2019 reported entitled Special Report of Investigation conducted into allegation concerning donations which were made by Petrodram Limited to organization and causes for the period April 2016 to March 18. Jamaica Integrity Commission found that Petrodram donations policy, through which the public agency funded certain school procurement, lacked proper administration. Right? Hear that. The audit found a lack of documentation confirming that the funds were spent for their intended purpose. Now look on that. The report found that agency needed to bolster its donation policy and required better record keeping of those expenditures. The Commission recommended that Petrodram Limited, in the management of its donations budget, ensure greater accountability and efficient management of the funds earmarked for donations, and that the entity donations policy and procedures should also be revised to ensure that recipients of donations provide evidence that the funds received were utilized for their intended purpose. Come here, Mr. Morgan. Dealing with the same entity in October 2019 reported entitled Special Report conducted into allegation of irregularity, impropriety, conflict of interest, corruption, nepotism, cronyism, and favoritism at Petrojam Limited Jamaica Integrity Commission found nepotism is in the hiring of unqualified people as well as improper expenditures relating to birthday parties. You hear that, Morgan? Relating to birthday parties for senior officials that contravene Jamaica's procurement rules, right? The commission questioned whether the strategic placement of certain individuals in the key positions at Petrojam Limited serve as corruption enabling mechanism. You hear that, Morgan? And recommended that its findings be forwarded to the Director of Corruption Prosecution, right, for further investigation, or you say no investigation agencies. In the interim, the commission recommended that the government agency refrain from employing persons who do not meet the minimum academic and professional qualification and experience required to adequately execute job functions. The commission also found a breach of the public trust rules by the organization's procurement head, who approved the improper expenditures. You hear that, Morgan? You hear that, Morgan and Big Mama? In fact, the report stated that its failure to act and raise concern over the improper expenditures amount to a breach of duty, which is tantamount to a gross dereliction of duties, contrary to Section 16 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act and Section 17 of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. As the commission stated, the head of procurement was duty bound to raise pertinent questions concerning the procedures relating to the improper expenditures. Now, what's this now? The report concluded that there was evidence of a conspiracy to defraud Petrojam, limited by extension the government of Jamaica in relation to the improper use of public funds for the hosting of the birthday parties. The commission therefore recommend a further investigation by the Director of Corruption Prosecutor. And you said, no, investigating body find flaws in the procurement process. You're wrong, you lie, you're wicked. In its October 2019 performance audit entitled RADA Management. So we go down to the road thing I know. We'll go down to the road thing I know, people. In its October 2019 performance audit entitled RADA's Management of Rehabilitation of Farm Roads, Jamaica Auditor General found that weak portfolio management practices led to a series of procurement irregularities in the rehabilitation of agricultural roads by the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. The Auditor General found that RADA lacked a proper roads inventory management system to support its road rehabilitation efforts. The Auditor General also found RADA failed to ensure transparent and open competitive procurement practices for the award of most of the review contracts. And that is one of the reasons why Andrew Wallace, you understand, take the road fund and dump it in the consolidated fund. They are criminals and improperly relied on emergency exceptions as the reason behind failing to properly tender many of these contracts. The General determined that the failure to properly plan procurement activities was a major contributing factor to the procurement irregularities. As this report illustrates, the failure to implement proper planning and oversight practices increases the risk of downstream procurement irregularities. Take that document away on it. Now, so there it is. In plain sight. But I said, the procurement system, there is no finding by any authority of corruption in these programs. What say you now, Melting Pot?
Well, you know, for sure there's a lot of wide disparity within that era. You understand? And that's why Mark Walden came out and, you know, make his comment in regard to contracts and what the government like to do. They like the big contract. They're not in favor of these, inner community road, the parochial road, so to speak. They like the big highway contract. But here is Bug Life now coming out and trying to discredit Mark Golding comments and want, for a better phrase, to, credit his criminal party and saying that Mark Golding should, apologize to the Jamaican contractors. But I have one question to ask Nasty Bug Life. The contractors that we see overseeing these roadworks program as it relates to these big highway and dual carriage.
China Harbor.
Are they Jamaican or Chinese? God, for sure it's Chinese men carrying out those contracts. They are the one who are building the road. Right? The road is under their portfolio of construction. Not Jamaicans. It's been taken out of Jamaican hands and placed into foreign workers' hands. That does not speak our language, so we can't get any, mouthpiece interaction. You understand? And we see these people in hundreds going to work while the Jamaican people stay home trying to find two ends to make one. So Bug Life, we'll catch you again telling lie. But you are the one who said don't believe a word that come out of politician's mouth. So I wouldn't believe you in that regard. Because I know it's a propaganda machine, Remember, you come from the sperm whale, them, You understand? Remember, Uno used to run social media, So I be a lie when used to tell people. Because there is no Jamaican contractor involved in this road program. Jamaican will get some little, what you call now, day's work. What you call now, laborer. Pan the road work program. These road initiative programs are sub to Chinese contractors. You understand? So Bug Life don't come tell we no lie in the space where we is right now, because they are going to just get with ups. We are going to come at you hard like a ton of brick because we have the facts around here, and you can't challenge the facts,
No.
You cannot challenge the facts. You understand? Because you're just a wolf in sheep clothing.
Definitely.
And a wolf cannot challenge the facts.
No. All right.
Hand it back over to the panel.
Solid punch coming from Melting Pot. Now, there it is in plain document, right, as it relates to the issues, right, the procurement issues. And here is Morgan, right, coming out, telling people that the procurement system is solid, and that there is no finding by any authority of corruption in these programs. Now, take it away, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, we all know, and this is not no breaking news. This is something we knew all along, and we have tons of evidence to substantiate what we know. The procurement process is the gateway for cronyism, nepotism, skullduggery in the Jamaica Labour Party, and criminality of stealing and embezzling taxpayers' funds and giving out contracts to themselves and their cronies. Robert Garvin was one of the criminal prime ministers associate that got a lot of government contracts. You know what? We need to appreciate Carmelita Mark Golding and be thankful that God has raised up such a man of character, decency, and integrity for such a time as this. Because never before in the history of Jamaica, we have so much embezzlement and stealing of taxpayers' funding and awarding government officials of them own gas station, them own trucks, them own business, them own water truck, where them are used to trucking water and I make money off of the backs of the poor Jamaican people. And the procurement process, it needs to be revamped, and it needs to be, you know, revised and restructured. And this is another reason why they should call the election right now, because we can still save Jamaica if we get rid of these criminals and prosecute them. And so for Bug Life to say this, I wonder if he really has a conscience, because one of the things about document evidence, video evidence, that's why I appreciate these shows, your show, Father Lonesome Show, Sir Ratigan Show, because the facts is right in front of our face on the computer screen or your cell phone screen every time one of these shows is on. So when them come out and I tell pure lie, and I deceive and mislead the people, them, we have the facts and the evidence. And it's a sad day right now in Jamaica, because there's no investigational journalism that is taking place in Jamaica. Because when current leader Mark Golding blow the trumpet and sound the alarm about these criminality that's going on in the Jamaica Labour Party government, journalists who does investigational journalism should pick up on what these nuggets that he's giving out and go further with it and investigate it, like you're doing and Ratigan is doing and Father Lonesome is doing. But they're obsolete in Jamaica because, you know, TVJ come out and say something and them get threatened with a lawsuit. And everybody, John, another radio station, this jockey say something about the water crisis that them create and them fire from the radio station. So you say them kind of use these things to intimidate the journalists, them to subdue them and censor them from coming out and revealing the truth of the cronyism, the nepotism, the skullduggeries, and the embezzlement and the stealing of taxpayers' funds. Because when them award themselves contract, you know, them not supposed to do them thing there, you know, because that's illegal. You know, in America, straight up prison, you're going for them thing there. And I'm sure the same thing in Canada and the UK. But yet, this government continuously awarding themselves contracts from, and yet them have a salary where them already get from taxpayers' fund. So them are double dip and get more money from contracts of taxpayers' money. Brethren, them people you need to go straight to prison, man. The whole of them, that's why me would have never referred to none of them as honorable. These people, these are dishonorable criminals in the Jamaica Labour Party. But you know, the CIA warned us about this party, you know. Because if you read the CIA unclassified documents, and I hate to stray, but just to bring it in context, the CIA identified the Jamaica Labour Party in unclassified documents as a criminal organization that is linked to the Shower Posse that was birthed out of West Kingston, and they're involved in drug trafficking, money laundering, unaliving people. And this is what we're seeing today, still a continuation of what the CIA identified back in the 80s and the late 70s, that it's still in operation right now in this criminal enterprise called the Jamaica Labour Party. And then we need a RICO law in Jamaica for bus white collar criminality and tax evasion and all of these crimes that they're committing right before the eyes of the Jamaica people. Hey, them things are grieve me, you know, because when you look on all the caller we're just calling, you know, and we sympathize with the caller, family member in the hospital and now get the proper caring. When we see videos of family members who had them family die as a result of no ventilation, no x-ray machine, no CT scan, you know, because them don't have a way for figure the trauma where them suffer. When we see family member go up on TV, I mean video on a ball, them not have the medication at the hospitals for their loved one, and when them go out and have to buy medication, yeah,
the medication that they even went out and get was
and
stolen.
bought, and then them stole it. Right, I was about to say that. Right, thank you. So you know, but yet when them give contract to them friends and themselves, and on top of the 200 to 300% salary where them make, and still I make money off of the box of contracts. And we wonder why things are so deplorable in the hospitals and the schools, them deplorable, police station deplorable, fire station deplorable, roads deplorable. Yet for 8 years, them there I feel them crawl, as Council Jaw said. This, hey, a prison the whole of them for government, and when I stop. Comrade Leader Mark Wallen, we love you, but the whole diaspora, England, Canada, America, Europe, Caribbean islands, Jamaicans in Africa, everybody are depend on your justice system for prosecute these criminals and freeze them bank account, freeze them asset, take back with them thief from the Jamaican people them and put it back in the economy. I turn it back over to you.
Thanks for that, Pastor Ricky.
Pastor Ricky, I like how you phrase the shower posse into the context of a conversation, because I mean, this is why we are seeing some people now from within the Jamaica Labour Party over a period of time, proclaiming themselves to be Dans. As elected member of parliament, then becomes Dan.
Yeah.
Remember, the architect of this Dan politician, is Edward Siaga.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, when we look further down the line, which is
the map boss. Yeah.
When we look further down the line, we can identify 2 more Dans from within the party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bobsy Grange.
Yeah.
And the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. You understand? Because, I mean, don't tell me, that people don't cognizant and the history of our politics. We have never seen any other individual within the member of parliament fraternity that behave in the manner like these 3. Because Thiago publicly state that there's one Dan and it's him. And you can imagine a little man like Thiago being the Dan for Tibali Garden. Come on.
And him not born at Jamaica.
That show you the power. That show you the power when wheel.
Well,
because I feel constituency where I'm representing, but him I make sure tell them say him are the Dan. Now when you look on Babsy Grange, you see where Babsy Grange now, she had done a fall type of Dan,
Yeah.
You understand? Because she mix up in all type of bangarang, man ever get killed in a car where she affiliated to, You understand? And people get gunshot when she there beside them. And we hear people say, oh, the shot wasn't intended for the member of parliament, So it's a she that done now will lead people to them grave.
My God.
You understand? Where look at Andrew Wallace now.
Criminals, man.
My God. Him is an international figure when it comes to Dan. Him surpass Escobar them. You understand? Yeah, make Escobar them look like them not trying. That's why I've noticed how him shape and organize same thing them, It's like a big drugs kingpin.
A bit close in I'm circle now let control.
Yeah, because I mean when you look on in Castle, you see a kingpin, a drugs kingpin, you look on at them type of mansion there.
Yeah.
Castle. At them have them type of money they are run through bank account.
Is that Scarface Castle?
You understand? So we are seeing these people exhibiting themselves to the Jamaican society as Dan of all Dans. So that's why we want the little ghetto youth them say don't heads up and size up around these Dan. Because these Dan will let you look like a Donovan.
Use you and get rid of you.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
You don't have to wise up now, ghetto youths. Wise up. The time is here now for you to take the initiative within your moral faculty and realize what is going on around you. Yeah? These people will just put you up as a community leader, but you are not the Dan.
Right.
They are the Dan. So when you there in your community and you're being, attached to this name Dan, no, you are not the Dan.
Right.
Over Taspen, a Babsy Grange are the Dan. You
And
understand?
if you stop TikTok,
In a waterhouse.
if you stop if you stop TikTok from them just send police for you. That's how the thing set.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
You understand? Don't I be a member of Cram at the Dan, you know. In a whole harbor Argentine, you know. Rona sent me, I mean, in a whole harbor a Queen, you know. Rona sent me a Argentine, you know. Portland of Vards, you know. You understand? In a West Kingston, a bushrat, you know.
Yeah.
Get that the Dan. You understand? So, youths will have to wise up.
All right.
Get cognizant to the reality, what is happening around you guys. Don't let these people come and infiltrate you and dry you out in them corruption, because it's one direction for you, know, from the morgue to the
Cemetery. Yeah. Mr. Madden. Call Mr. Madden.
Remember, you know, these people don't care one iota. They will not stop short of making sure that they are the one who is on the receiving end. You understand? Of these downship. Them have to be in control of these garrison. So you are just like a foreman, so to speak.
Foot runner. Foot runner.
Yeah. And I back.
Thank you for that, Melton Pot. And I'm glad how you touched that subject, because we are going to show Jamaica again, right? Serious investigation into the Jamaica Labour Party government as it relates to gangs. Some of the most, I mean, heartless gang, right? We are going to see investigators, right, get into, right, deep dive. So this has nothing to do with, right, any investigation coming out of Jamaica per se, Jamaican investigators, right? This has everything to do as it relates to investigators who are connected with WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
We are going to reveal a cable, right, tonight, 09 Kingston 666 cable, right, that is going to reveal, right, the association with the Jamaica Labour Party have with gangs as it relates to the issue of our politics. So people want to tune in because this is big. And I do some research in terms of break it down into a chronological sequence. That's why I have on the thumbnail tonight, Edward Seaga, Babs the Grange, and Andrew Ones, right? They are living up to their true meaning, right? When we talk about gangsters regime, right? Indeed, the Jamaica Labour Party is a gangster regime.
My God.
And as I said, not local investigators, right, who would have identified them as such. You're talking about CIA, FBI. You understand? That have done investigation. So we have the cable tonight. But before we get into the cable, we are going to go down into the juggling. Now let us pick out the first clip. Most honorable, well, you know, and Andrew. Put out Andrew. Put out Andrew, yeah. TikTok. You know me, I call him honorable for.
I was wondering.
The National Security Council received a briefing from the JCF regarding the situation in Spanish Town. We are satisfied that the police have made the necessary allocation of manpower and other resources to bring the situation in Spanish Town under control and to return calm to the town. Nevertheless, the intelligence briefing is that the gangs continue to pose a clear and present danger and a real threat to public order, citizen security, public services, and commerce in Spanish Town. For decades, the gangs have captured Spanish Town, almost all elements of life in Spanish Town. The government of Jamaica is paying close attention to this situation, not just from a security perspective, but from a developmental perspective. The government is investing several $1 billion into critical infrastructure in Spanish Town, starting with the investment in a new wing at the Spanish Town Hospital, over $2 billion investment, and the building of a new police divisional headquarters in Spanish Town, another $2 billion, in addition to planned works in roads and water. We will not allow our development plans to be derailed or hijacked by gangs. There is a sense, and we have seen it displayed publicly.
Take him away.
I swear, his conscience is dead, man. Man have no conscience.
When you hear somebody like this, right? And words, let me say that, words on the ground, as it relates to the real reason, right? In terms of getting him out, because there was some flipping that man want to move and support the People's National Party. Let me talk and put that out there. This is no joke. And so then, you must move up. Let me set it record straight in.
Yeah.
Him have to move. Right? How I want to come do. You understand? You can't come flip this. They never have a problem with him before. They didn't. They have facilitated him over the years.
Yeah.
Coming to a general election, and you hear that flipping and go on. I want to take this thing from you. Move him up. Yes. But I'm going to show you. Now, I'm going to show you the real dance. Now, let us go into stitch. Now, I want to, the brother, I know say some of my people them go and get upset. You know? You understand? I have to play. You understand? To expose him and the corruption. So I have to play. Some of my people want to tolerate me tonight. And nobody cuss me. I have to play. Send out the crayfish area. Because of peer excretion him have in him head. Send out the crayfish area.
The people from Tel Aviv did switch one time. That cannot happen.
Well, Steve McGregor, you sound so. You like how you sound, Steve McGregor. You don't sound like the super cop that I know you to be. After such an illustrious career, yeah, one that you could say was almost, well, I don't know, I could be missing some things here, but I could say one that was almost without blemish. And I say almost because I don't know the intricacies of certain things, and I don't know that I haven't heard anything untoward about you personally, you know, except that he's a super cop, and we all know how super cops operate. When you get rid of criminal or so-called criminals, or you know what I mean. And so far as me know, you have had a good enough career. Oh, you backside, oh in Jesus Christ's name. Oh, in Rastafari name, you come by to find yourself and mix up with Dirty Bungle, Stephen McGregor, Mark Golden, and Dayton Campbell, and all these criminals. Oh, you're going to mix up yourself. Pile up your good reputation, you know, Stephen McGregor. God. If fool was a person, you'd have been number one. Believe me. Oh, you forgot to take your good illustrious career as a super cop, as one of Jamaica's top crime fighter. Gotta mix up with the criminal gang. Gotta mix up in a PNP. You lost your way, you know, Steve McGregor. You lost your way. Believe you me. I mean, can't stop you from being a PNP. Yes, that is okay by me to be a PNP. But to be on their team now, talking all these nonsense and going around wanting to be a member of parliament for the PNP, that can't make sense to me. You lost your way.
Take away this piece of mess.
Fully done, man. Fully done.
Andrew said him coming up. Andrew twin brother. You know, see him nose, man. Him nose big like for Andrew and bigger than for Andrew Wallace, you know.
Let me tell you something.
It's a garbage that.
And one thing me and you know, Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky. Say him, not the in the back of the class.
He never make it to the school yard.
Fully done, man.
My wife said never make it to the school yard. So
I don't even know when him leave him when him leave him mother yard to spot him up in a look like him up in a gully. Man, don't spot it, man.
No, but this is what we call, as it relates to intelligence, our subhuman beings.
Yeah, man.
No, this man.
Yeah.
You understand that? But I'm going to give it to him tonight. Now, you know, sometimes you have to really take bad things and laugh. But I am going to push out this clip. So Father us to something. MP Grange respond to report. Right. I'm going to show Father us something. Right?
Well, I'm not involved in a gang, so I can't tell you if it's a breakaway faction from a gang. First, I want to condemn the killings. I want to condemn the criminal activities that have taken place. But I also want to indicate that the constituency of Central St. Catherine has experienced relative peace over the last decade. I've had really great social intervention programs, and I have had to deal with the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I know I've changed a lot of people's lives, and I have made them feel that life is worth living. The infrastructure is not in great condition, but we have been doing what we can in an incremental way to improve the infrastructure and to improve people's lives. I graduated over 40 persons in cosmetology, another 14 bartending, and even the men who do
hold on.
I've been able.
What she say a while ago? She graduated 14 cosmetologists and another 14 bartending.
Yes. She not graduate. I ask the people them go, man. I'm not she graduate.
What is bartending? Anybody can become a bartender.
We don't want to hit her yet. Melting Pot. Play the next clip. Right, we just show Jamaica certain thing before we even get into the investigation report. But good job, though.
Yeah.
Chronological sequence you are dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, paper. Here it is. Remember, Babsy Green just said she don't mix up in no gang. You know. That's what Babsy Green said. That she doesn't mix up in any gang. No. Published Sunday, October 9, 2005. People want to see the date. Let us read, people. Controversial Central St. Catherine Member of Parliament Olivia Babsy Grange is again to be questioned by the police as she questioned before. This time, the lawmen will collect statements in relation to an incident in which a car in which Miss Grange was traveling on Thursday evening was shot up by gunmen. Miss Grange is expected to answer questions regarding men who were traveling in her party. One man was killed during the incident, my people. The dead man has been identified as Omar Campbell, alias Icarus, who was under police investigation in connection with several shooting incidents in the Spanish Town era. Remember, Babsy Grange said, him no mix up in no gang, you know, and she no join no gang. Sunday Green sources say that he was a major player in the one other gang that has been terrorizing the whole capital along with its competing counterpart, Klansman. Up to the time when Campbell was killed, he was being investigated in connection with criminal activities, said Assistant Commissioner of Police Glenmore Hines head of Operation Kingfish. His name has been called in several shooting cases. And yet, this man and Babsy Grange, they're driving a car together and I want to understand the report. Added acting Deputy Superintendent Meverill Smith, the crime officer of St. Catherine North Police Division. Grange was not the target. Police intelligence has also revealed that in Thursday evening shooting incident, Miss Grange was not the target. The bullets were intended for Mr. Campbell. The bullet shouldn't have gone, man. 15 months ago, Miss Grange was also questioned by the police on her first time, you know. She has been questioned. Let me read it back over for better understanding. Right? 15 months ago, Miss Grange was also questioned by the police in connection with a car that was found in the possession of another person of all questionable background. Babsy Grange say she not involved in no gang, she not mix up in no gang. Right? Documents found in the car in which the notorious one other gang leader Oliver Bubba Smith was killed indicated that Miss Grange was the co-owner of the vehicle. So then, the Dan man, right? The driver of the vehicle we shot Babsy Grange is the co-owner. Babsy Grange said she not mix up in no gang, right? And she not facilitate no gang, right? But yet, you have the Dan for the garrison that drive Babsy Grange car away. Him and Babsy Grange own the car. I wonder if him own any other thing from Babsy Grange. Him and Babsy Grange own the car. Babsy Grange a co-owner. When you look on the paper, see that we don't take no life from Babsy Grange, you know. Miss Grange and other MPs were signatories of the political code of conduct, which states that politicians will not knowingly associate with criminal elements. Simply means what this is saying, that Babsy Grange, after signing the code of conduct, saying that she will not associate with criminal elements, we see a solid association of Babsy Grange being associated with criminal elements, right? And where Babsy Grange is a co-owner, right, of the vehicle. You understand? Which part? The Dan Dada also a owner, right? So then if that is not affiliation, I don't know what that is, right? Let us take this away because we're going to get into the report. But before we get into the report, let me just give the panel a little 5 minutes, you understand, to brush up through what we just read about Babsy Grange. 5 minutes for you, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, I want to start with the criminal prime minister. When he's talking about they're going after gangs and they're spending money to dismantle gangs, we must remember or remind him, because these criminals in the parliament, their conscience is snared with a hot iron, like the Bible says. They have no conscience whatsoever. This man is before the courts because he was found wanted in the balance by the Integrity Commission of unexplained wealth that his lawful earnings did not allow him to possess. This man had a $300 million Beverly Hills mansion with no mortgage back in 2012 when they start building it. This man set up a shell offshore company to his former attorney for tax evasion and also to hide his wealth and to do money laundering, which is ADMAT. So when he's coming out talking about gangs and criminals, he is a chief criminal in the Jamaica Labour Party right now. And he has no credibility to call any ghetto youth or anybody's son a criminal when he's the chief criminal. Now, the second clip you play with that idiot, Let me just let him know very quickly, very swiftly that Comrade Steve McGregor paid his due. He served his country with honor. Yes, he retired, but being a member of parliament or being selected to become a member of parliament is a honor, a great honor. Comrade Steve McGregor, I mean, we come from Franklintown. I don't remember him, but back in the days, I run from Sobas, one of the wickedest police back then. But anyhow, Comrade Steve McGregor has the great opportunity right now to affect changes, to go into parliament, to help pass legislation and laws to reform Jamaica from the path of corruption, bad governance, and all the criminality that we're seeing right now. So for Comrade Steve McGregor, this is a promotion coming out of retirement. One of the greatest achievements you can have is to serve your country and put your oath and swear on the oath to protect, to serve your country with honor. He did it the first time in the force, the JCF, and now he's called upon again to serve his country. So them Labourite fully done idiots, they lack knowledge and understanding. Sometimes you have to sit with them. Over to the 1 hour that done now. I'm probably up with my 5 minutes, but give me 30 more seconds. We all know the 1 hour that done. You can't run from your past. Your past is there. It's in the history books. It's in documents. It's in videos. And it's with human intelligence that know you from the area. The last point, she admit that the infrastructure in Toys Pen, Spanish Town is not good, meaning that it's deplorable. For 30 years, she been in politics and have her constituents living under deplorable condition while her and her cronies is enriching in themselves. These people does not need to be in representative politics. If you can't take care of your constituents and your people, you are a failure. Over back to you.
Yes. No, I want to just, ask myself. I have to ask myself, what coincidence look like? Because, I mean, here it is that a man got shot and killed in Babs Grange's car while she was also a passenger. And that man go by the name of Tikaros. Now we have another man get killed a couple days ago by the name of Tickman. So I want to know if, it's by breeding why you coincide the name Tikaros Tickman. But Babs Grange couldn't deny Tikaros, because she didn't have the car. But the bullet wasn't intended for her. But this time now, she tried to denounce, say, she don't know Tickman. When being asked the question by the journalist who was doing the report on, what transpired in Taspen, she said she don't know him. And, she avoided answering that question, literally. But then the reporter, like all good reporter, him corner her. By asking her, Babsy, have you ever heard of this individual being given any trouble in the concert? She said, not to our knowledge. Then Babsy Grange, I ask you something now. I mean, you're melting pot, Me like melt up with a little fraud. It's him on no carry out, How no malpractices, If you never did know the man, in the first place, you can, advocate to the fact, say, you don't know if him are getting trouble in the community. Then how we are talking about? The shadow of Tickman or Tickman? Me don't understand. Because, I mean, if you don't know Tickman in person, then how you ever know, say, him never getting trouble in our place?
True that.
You need to get your head screw on in the right place where it's supposed to be, because your head look like it's all over the shop, Me don't know if it's there at the candlelight table. Like you left it at the candlelight table with the poker man. You understand? When you come on the ground, man, if you come solid, man, and if you come in the right space, that means you become as a true representative of the people, not a false one, because the whole lot of false from day one, you know. No, representative for the people, them. You're not gangster in the people, them life. You're not done. You understand? Take it from me, melting pot. That's why you can't say the place run down after you did it for 30 odd years.
Yeah.
And you just say it, you know.
Yep.
You know the place underdeveloped, but you still want to retain seat in a Taspen.
Shantytown.
In our work we do this time, you know, a jump ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the minute you hear to the man a jump ship, you know, you add another state killing. So we are make the people in a Taspen know say a state killing that. Artistrate and manufacture by you, the Dan Babsy Grange. You understand? And this is why we are set to the ghetto youth them say, move away from them type of lifestyle, man. Round them type of nastiness, yeah. You understand? Because Babsy are nastiness, you know. In the sense of true representation, Babsy are germs. Babsy were some virus. You understand? You have Babsy Grange round, you know. And interact with you, know, no life can be better. It is what it is. You understand? Dilapidated, rundown. No form of moral concept towards building on a life.
Shantytown.
You understand?
Yeah.
So Babsy Grange is just about gangsterism. And she like to play around with little boys. You understand?
All right.
Yeah. Our son them. She like our son them, you know. For round her. She not have nothing good for Taspen and Central Spanish Town. You understand what I say to you? So at time you don't realize because Tickarus gone and Tickman, so I don't know where the next one I want to name, you know. But me I tell you no say beware of Babsy Grange.
Yeah.
Babsy Grange is only there for herself and not for you people in Taspen. Me know Taspen good. Because me just live out a federal road with my auntie, you know, in a Signam, you know. The whole of them places, I know them, man. Mac Vickers Lane, the whole of them places. Homestead, the whole of them. You know them. Like
John's Road. John's Road.
Understand?
Yeah.
I know from when she there in the place. I know a mode of operation how she operate. None of you boys in them places where she farm one other gang. It not gonna work. Because we still have to take order from Babsy.
Remember?
But I'm also not one order, you know. I don't know the other. As she get harder, una followers, una listeners. You understand? Una laborer. We don't go work for Babsy Grange. That's all you do. And when Babsy tired of you, she move out of the space and recruit the next one. So she get rid of Tickarus and she get rid of Tickman. I don't know what will be the next one. I take it over to the other panelists.
All right. Remember,
my name Ticker.
What I said, because I'm getting into the report now. Siaga make sure same one them sing a song, light a candle.
Find your way back home.
Find your way back home. Hey, melting pot, you think Siaga play? One done.
One done.
All them little boys they run up and down and they go like them are done. We are make them know say one done there. Right? So guess what? Sing a song, light a candle and find your way back home.
So if you ever try to run me and disobey and say you want to leave home, you know what happened to you out on the highway.
That's how the mafia work. That's how the mafia work and the Gambino family them. You can't leave out, you know. If you leave out, If you say you want to leave them, eliminate you.
Yeah, man.
All right. So before we get into the report, let us just explain to people, because we're not going to act right to say that, you know, you are going to be partial, right? Right, into the entire Jamaica political history, right? You have certain gangs which are themselves affiliated with GLP, certain gangs that affiliated with PNP and so forth. We know the talking and so forth. But let me say this, right, to level the playing field. There is no gang, right, that affiliated with the PNP that ever reaches a pinnacle in terms of world renown and have done the damage
Shower posse, yeah.
that the Jamaica Labour Party gangs are done. Right? The truth be told, right? We have not seen no so-called gang with such a network connected itself as it relates to international awareness, right? Organized crime, money laundering, right? And where politicians are at the helm. And I mean, I said anything I know. You understand me? Only before me present the report, you understand, I am only, right, just smoothing the way, right, for us to venture into the report. Because this report is WikiLeaks report, right, that totally now unclassified. Let us get into the report, because the people are waiting on the people don't want to hear no long chatting. So we are going to get into the into the report, because the people are waiting for the report. All right, lift up the report. Cable 09 Kingston 666. Here it is, people, Jamaican people. Public Library of U.S. diplomat. Right? Okay, yes. Scroll it over, because I want the people to read and follow us. Right? Original classification, confidential. Handling restriction not assigned. Executive order not assigned. Current classification confidential. Now Kingston 655. Right? Now summary and analysis. Bulletin point number 1. The U.S. requests to extradite a powerful Don with close ties to the ruling Jamaica Labour Party, has presented Prime Minister Bruce Golding's government with a dangerous dilemma. The requested extradition could spark violent incident, ignite rivalries among competing gangs factions, and unleash a challenge to the state and to Golding's own influence in West Kingston and beyond. The mayor of Kingston warns of severe repercussions and collateral damage. His fears are not unfounded. End summary and analysis. I want to remind people something, that when Big Mama run over, when Paula Llewellyn, I am just going to bring up Paula Llewellyn in this. When Paula Llewellyn run over Big Mama and talk about she's not politically aligned because she involved in the extradition of Dudus. Let us show the public here today, let us show Jamaican people that Paula Llewellyn, right, was definitely under pressure from the United States government. And that is the only reason why Paula Llewellyn, right, had done it. If the United States government did not involve in this investigation, Paula Llewellyn wouldn't have done it. Let me prove my point. If this wasn't so, Paula Llewellyn was not pursuing Dudus prior to the USA, right, involvement here where Dudus is concerned.
Extradition, yeah.
Right? Paula Llewellyn did not have Dudus in focus. So for Paula Llewellyn to go over Big Mama and say that she's not politically biased, right? To shape the way to stop the SSL report, Paula Llewellyn, tonight we catch you with your hands in the cookie jar. Now the people are going to understand the severe pressure that the Bruce Golden government came under. And so then you as a DPP, you couldn't avoid that. You have to follow suit. So Paula Llewellyn, you were disingenuous when you went on Big Mama station. Just want to point out that. Here it is. The mayor of Kingston warns of severe repercussions and collateral damage. His fears are not unfounded. And summary analysis, bulletin point 2.0, subsection C. The mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew Councillor Desmond Anthony Mackenzie requested to meet with Ember on September 1 to discuss an urgent matter. The private meeting was held in his downtown office. The mayor began by stating pointedly that the government of Jamaica faces a serious crisis because of Washington request for the extradition of Christopher Cook to stand trial on narcotics and firearm charges in the U.S. District Court. Again, Paula Llewellyn, again, when you went over to Big Mama and say that you're not politically biased because you participated in the extradition of Dudus, right? We know that you were disingenuous. You were under pressure by the United States government, and then you could not avoid it. You could not avoid it. But however, you were not pursuing Dudus prior to United States involvement. So Paula Llewellyn, again, we caught you hands in the cookie jar in saying that you are politically biased. Now, for the Southern District of New York, Reptel A and B, he predicted that there would be severe repercussions and collateral damage if Cook were arrested because of what Cook knows. Yeah, they're concerned, you know. He predicted, I am going through the report and scrap it for the people to understand. So there was a great fear that, oh my God, United States want this man. But what was the great fear? He predicted that there would be a severe repercussion and collateral damage if Cook were arrested, because they have fear now that Cook is going to talk up the things there, and that this would risk destroying everything the government was trying to do on the economy and crime. Now watch out, people. The mayor said that in recent years, his administration had worked with Cook to reduce crime. Now, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question right that's up. Hey, and I'm say that, you know. Say that, you know. Look here, an investigation report said this, you know. So let me ask Mackenzie something. Come here, Mackenzie. Me never know the Cook or the commissioner of police. Go talk to the people in Jamaica. Desmond Mackenzie. Me never know that Christopher Dudus Cook was the commissioner of police. Let me talk what you say. Then I said that in recent years, his administration had worked with Cook to reduce crime backside. Cook commissioner of police. In the inner cities of Jamaica, particularly in West Kingston, if he now were extradited, this would leave a vacuum. You hear what man say? People, I don't mean I make up this, you know. Jamaica people, I don't mean I make up this, you know. This is what me and Mackenzie saying. You understand? That he entrusted as it relates to Cook that if he should be extradited, this would leave a vacuum in terms of him not achieving, right, for coke and him, right, to reduce crime in these areas. So then, coke and the commissioner of police, or the commissioner of police is doing, and matters would be worse. You know that? This is the indulgement of the Jamaica Labour Party indulging, right, as it relates to criminal network. This is clear evidence, you know. This would leave a vacuum, and matters would be much worse. Mackenzie noted that in recent days, several of his contacts in the communities had told him they would not take this coke extradition lying down. You know, hear that, people? A grim picture of the reality we face. Bulletin point 3, subsection C. Mackenzie then asks if there were any room for further discussion with U.S. officials. Now, just imagine, people, the U.S. have evidence of coke doing his wrongdoing, you know. The U.S. have evidence, video evidence, everything, wiretapping and everything, all the evidence. And here, the mayor of Kingston, who is now the MP, member of parliament, want us now to vote for him. Here what Mackenzie said, man. People will listen. Mackenzie then asks if there were any room for further discussion with U.S. officials. Unbelievable. Embuff replied by reiterating that the U.S. expected Jamaica to honor its obligations under the extradition treaty. Where this man Mackenzie come talk about any rule. You know what? And consider this a case of great importance. However, the embassy would convey the mayor's assessment and inquiry to Washington. Mackenzie concluded by observing that his views were not only an assessment, but accurately portrayed the grim picture of the reality we face. That is so much confidence the mayor put into the news. But Jamaica citizen, background of powerful, well-connected Dan. Subsection 4, subsection C. Christopher Michael Dudus Coke is a wealthy Dan who wield extraordinary power in the West Kingston inner city garrison community of Tivoli Gardens, whose member of parliament MP on the year now people is Prime Minister Bruce Golding. Coke reputedly is closely connected with leading figures within Golding's Jamaica Labour Party. On the hear that, people, including Mackenzie, where the United States investigators them dashed them out. In the island state tribal political culture over the years, both major parties have developed symbiotic ties of patronage and influence with the Dans, who control the garrison communities and whose powers have grown as Jamaica's economy has struggled. Coke's gang provides social and welfare services and turns out the JLP vote in elections. So that is what Coke is responsible to do to ensure that Tivoli Gardens vote green as it relates to each election year. That was his primary responsibility, you know. So the Jamaica Labour Party facilitated him while its business interests profit from lucrative government contracts. Hear the people, evidence. The government run contract for them. You understand what I say? And the United States investigators them saying this now, you know, this now have nothing to do with Jamaica investigators. He is the son of the late Lester Lloyd Jim Brown Cook, who together with the recently deported Vivian Blake for years masterminded the notorious shower posse. People who come people. Blake for years masterminded the notorious shower posse drug gang, which wreaked havoc in Jamaica, the USA and UK. Jim Brown died in prison under mysterious circumstances while awaiting extradition to the US in 1992. The Jamaica Labour Party government silent Jim Brown because of not wanting Jim Brown to speak out on the issues relating to the Jamaica Labour Party and its association with the gangs. Analysis: a desperate mayor, a nervous capital city. 5. Mackenzie fears are not unfounded. Coke, wealth, power, and influence are pervasive, and its sudden removal could spark violent incidents or unleash rivalries among competing gang factions in Kingston. So we don't have a trained Jamaica Constabulary force. We need to monitor these things and control these things, right? But the Jamaica Labour Party give the power, you understand, to Dudus, right? Because Dudus is the Commissioner of Police, Spanish Town, and Montego Bay. It's easily the highest profile figure whose extradition has been requested in many years, and his long-standing ties to the Jamaica Labour Party have put Mackenzie, Golden, and other leading party figures in an extremely awkward position. The incendiary potential of rivalries among the various gangs with ties to the GLP was demonstrated during the party's annual conference in November 2008, when an eruption of gang-related violence at the Package National Arena left 1 dead and several wounded. Reftel C. And note, rumors in circulation over recent days have ranged from a false report of Coke's arrest to speculation that he will attempt to flee to Brazil. Now, media perspective, do the right thing. Bulletin point number 6. Now, local media focus on the difficult challenge facing the GLP government in extraditing Coke, but no one aside from his prospective attorney, Tam Tavares Finson. People say Tam Tavares Finson there.
Yeah.
Appear them a people Tam Tavares Finson defending.
Yeah, man.
You understand that there? Now we know the dark paw Tam Tavares Finson, right? Stepson. Son-in-law, sorry. That's a stepson. Son-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
The Observer newspaper generally sympathetic to the GLP. People want to hear this, I know. The investigators is telling you that the Observer newspaper generally sympathetic to the GLP. I think that it is Bush Stewart created the Observer, I know. If I am wrong, people correct me. Maintained in an editorial of August 30. They say he's a Don, a good man who has kept many bellies in Tivoli Garden full over the years. You see why them belly lick? You see why the GLP them belly lick? Right, more soon, you know. That may be so, but it cannot be the basis on which to resist an extradition request. Exactly. We must, as a civilized democratic society, be prepared to stand or fall with the systems of justice to which our government has subscribed. Belly full or no belly full, right? So when we talk to the Jamaica Labour Party, belly full or no belly full people then, because that's why them cling to the Jamaica Labour Party. September, right? Editorial in the Gleaner newspaper, generally more sympathetic to the opposition People's National Party, referred to the dilemma faced by the Golden administration, a concern that an attempt to extradite someone who a community view as benefactor could unleash a challenge to the state and to the GLPs and Mr. Golding's own influence in West Kingston and perhaps elsewhere, but concluded we expect the administration and swayed by politics to do the right thing, which Mr. Golding promised would be the hallmark of his leadership. To do otherwise not only diminishes Mr. Golding, but will hurt Jamaica interests politically and economic in the international community. Right, Parnell, take that away. All right. So why we do a deep dive for this? Right? Here you have Father Rusty telling Brother Steve McGregor, right, not to associate it with the party because the People's National Party, right, gangster them and this and that, where we have no investigation as it relates to any report, right, associated the People's National Party, right, where those gang issues are concerned. However, you have independent entity out of Jamaica, right, investigated and clearly stated as greater evidence that the Jamaica Labour Party affiliated with some of the most dangerous and serious gangs in the world. What say you on this, Pastor Ricky?
Bravo. I love it. Listen, man, we knew all of this because it's unclassified. CIA, U.S. intelligence is saying all of what you just read. And it even goes deeper. This is just, you know, to show the Jamaica people that the present Jamaica Labour Party that we see is a criminal, organized crime family without no apology, because that's what the CIA document says. That the Jamaica Labour Party colluded, collaborated, aligned themselves with so-called dons that they give contracts to. And some of those contracts is to eliminate their political rivalry. Because, you know, man from Tivoli are war with man from Jungle and so forth and Rima. So we see whenever they run out and talk about shower labor, right? It's highlighting and gratification and exalting the criminality in the Jamaica Labour Party. And I'm glad you touched on Siaga and Jim Brown, the father, because from 1976, the CIA used Siaga as their go-to man because they wanted to overthrow Comrade Michael Manley, the former prime minister. And you know what Michael Manley I so I have to big him up even in death. Rest in peace. Nevertheless, them infiltrate the Jamaica Labour Party with the godfather of crime in Jamaica, Siaga. When them even use a jail where the military bring in and get Siaga them for bundling a nursing home with 153 senior citizens, eventide nursing home. These are documents, information from the CIA, that investigational journalists that reveal these things. Drugs flowing in Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party is involved in drugs trafficking, whole gun and ammunition coming to Jamaica, and the Jamaica Labour Party is responsible for all the shipment of drugs and guns coming into Jamaica. One other thing that you point out so very eloquently is that them eliminate the police commissioner and the JCF. Dance them got to for do them work for them. Let me say it again. The Jamaica Labour Party eliminate using the commissioner of police and the JCF. Dance them got to for do them work for them. Which means that, and so that's why we see crime even today is out of control, because them still have control over the high command, which is a corrupt part of the JCF God bless the rank and file them where them badge with honor. But when I take back the talk, I show. So the criminality of the Jamaica Labour Party goes back from in the 70s, and it still is manifesting even unto this day through this criminal prime minister what we have right now when he for go to prison. So that's why when we call them a criminal organization, transnational money trafficking, money laundering, drug trafficking, gun trafficking, embezzlement of taxpayers' money. This are going from way back in the 70s to even to this present day. And Jamaica people need to wake up, because the people that will live at Tivoli in the garrison, where them get some transactional benefit through the contracts where the Dan them get for keep the people them, and the people them is living below their standard, living below their privileges. And why would you want to keep voting for a government that's going to deprive you of your true potential and allow you to, and not allow you to elevate and come out as a better person? Them living at the garrison for these many years, and them life never improved under the Jamaica Labour Criminal Party government, because the people them have the people them in a psychological mindset for make the people them depend on them as if them are them parents, that anything you need you have to come to your MP, and your MP control the thing. So that means we now gonna make you, set you free for you fish and learn how to fish on your own and make it on your own. Them have it set up in our way, in the garrison, them at Tivoli, where the people them have to depend and rely. And so that's how them control the people them year after year. But the time has come, Tivoli Garden Heights, for liberating yourself. And the only way you can liberate yourself is to vote against the very party where have you in bondage all those years. Them building, high-rise building with them apartment complex for them going to live in. You can do better than that, because the sewage rotten stink over there. The water not run good over there. On our teeth light, and they can't afford to pay electricity. On our pay high prices for food and gasoline for the car. On the can't do better than that. We have a new government coming into town with a new sheriff. We're gonna make sure so your life elevate from the slump of the shanty town we wanna live in for how much years. One criminal prime minister Siaga pass and gone. Then the next Bruce Golden criminal come in and align himself and continue the same criminality with drug trafficking, money trafficking, and laundering, and an association with Dan. And the same thing I go on today. So this is what the Jamaica Labour Party stand for, because this is what they know best. Criminality, crime, and control the police. I want to take back and talk. I want to afraid of a guy. And the truth. Documents, evidence, video evidence, I prove what I say. U.S. intelligence, the CIA documents, unclassified. Prove everything what I say. All 49 of them in the parliament are criminal. And them need to go to prison. 49 JLP members of parliament. Criminals. Align themselves to drug dealers and dons and gangs. One Dan there, Montego Bay. Film name in a WikiLeaks too. Say him align himself with gangs, drug trafficking and money laundering. Another Dan within a Portland. Him hold up a visa 1-year waiver. And when you put the nominal number and do the research on it, it say him involved in illicit drug trafficking, money laundering. And when you look on the criminal prime minister, him have problem. I try explain him wealth, massive wealth. You come out of college, say you broke and owe student loan in a 1997, and then 10 years later you become educational minister, and then after that appear massive wealth. Another year, 2008, 1 year later, you set up ADMAT in a St. Lucia. You buy property and land to ADMAT. Where you get the money from? You buy an apartment, you buy a mansion, you buy the land, and then 2012, you build a mansion, $300 million value with no mortgage. Where you get the money from? Criminality are going all over Jamaica, and it needs to stop. A new sheriff is coming to town. Get rid of the high command of the JCF. Them aligned politically and them corrupt. Done with it. Take it over, Melting Pot.
Yeah, man. You know, I
Sorry.
like how you deal with it, Pastor Ricky. Well said. You know, you've touched on some very strategical points, you know, that reveal so much history that has bind the Jamaica Labour Party with gang affiliation. And this is why I find it very, very heart-rending. And when I say heart-rending, I mean heart-rending and despicable.
Yeah.
To see that piece of garbage fly green, you know, and no movement there endorsing Shower Posse. As a parliamentarian, he should have been kicked out right there and then. But because the party leader is so weak and pathetic, and has no moral principle to be a leader, him keep him on. Yeah? I said, Google Gaga, say, boy, we can't get the video from the hotel. Them say, boom, bam, bam. But we saw a video, and the video have all the exhibitory, you know, lifestyle that they were exhibiting. And no movement days. Champagne in ice bucket. Woman and man having a whale of a time. Endorsing Shower Posse. Now can you have a member of parliament endorsing Shower Posse?
My God.
Shower Posse that the United States of America has proclaimed to kill over 1,400 people. And has tortured so many people. And have run in drugs and gun.
My God.
Transaction. You understand?
Money laundering.
Money laundering as well. And I've, you know, over the years tarnished the reputation of Jamaica and Jamaicans and has prevented so many Jamaicans from being privileged to a visa to go to United States, whether for a short-term visit, whether for studies, whether for migrating purposes, you know, going to your relatives. You understand? Parents as, you know? So, I mean, Fly Green is a piece of shit. It's a piece of garbage and should never be in representative politics. This alone disqualifying the word Shower Posse. Yeah? And I mean, all them people down in the West there, you know. Yeah? We don't need to make sure no say this piece of garbage don't take no seat in a parliament, you know, after the September election, you know. Because this piece of garbage should have been behind bars long time. I have seen more qualified member of parliament, prime minister, so to speak, lose them posts from just breaking the protocol.
Boris Johnson.
Boris
Johnson. Yeah.
Right? And Fly Green can't come near Boris Johnson in no way, shape, and form. But when you have accountability in a society, then, you know, that's what will happen. And when you have lack of accountability or no accountability, for a better phrase, in a society, then you see Fly Green carry out him shenanigans and still hold the seat. And the leader come out and now have nothing to say. You understand? Them just cook up a little, what you call it now, or come up boat. Them just cook up a boat. You know, when you run a boat for your brethren, or something like that, them go on with, you know. And Google come out and tell pure lie. That's why we know we have to make sure we say all them cases rework them, you know.
Yeah.
You rework back them cases under the new administration. Because Fly Green to still get charged.
Definitely.
There's no way Fly Green can escape punishment for that behavior that we saw in the video and no movement there. Can you imagine no movement there? and a member of the sitting party, yeah, go out and break that no movement day protocol and have the audacity of having it on video and making reference to shower posse, shower labor right, eh?
Code word for criminality, man. A glorified criminal. My God.
Exactly. So we are looking at a person who, on the basis of that performance that day, disqualify himself from the elected representative of the people. And when you have them type of garbage there, in a garden house, it desecrates garden house. You understand?
Yeah.
It desecrates our parliament. These are not parliamentarian material. These are garbage that should be on the waste dump at Riverton City. You understand? Because no way, shape, or form a man can break no movement day protocol, endorse it to the fullest. Yeah, because he's having a party. That's what we saw. It's not like he break it on his own, with his family, He has friends and associates and accomplices around him and having a whale of a time in a hotel spending taxpayers' money. You understand? And going on as if, well, no movement there doesn't really apply to him and his cronies. So we are asking for some explanation as it relates to him breaking no movement there under the new administration when it comes into effect. This man must not get away scot-free because we have the video evidence,
Yeah.
And I mean, in circumstance like this, if you know that, the allegation surrounding the matter were, treated with scant respect and scant regard, all we have to do is call it back into questioning and applies the necessary punishment that fit the crime. So when me that do know, me would have make sure say all I'm earnings when get since that no movement day protocol when break, retroactive to the time when serve up to September coming. Him have to give me back that. Him have to give me back that.
Yeah.
Because you were practicing politics as a disqualified politician. You know bigger than Boris Johnson is a piece of shit. And we need to flush you out of the system. That's why we know Andrew Wallace, a garbage himself, Because Andrew Wallace weak and pathetic. But it's a reason why you see when you're a criminal and you're exposed to more than one sector of society, then you can act with authority. No way, you cannot act with authority. You have to act according to what is going on around you because you're a part of it. You're a part of a dilapidated regime that has found itself with its back up against the wall and cannot stand on its own 2 feet. You're leaning on each other. You're asking each other to help you up, to balance you up. Yeah? Because Andrew Wallace has taken the Jamaica Labour Party into the abyss of hell. And this is why we are saying to true labor rights, because I don't have no problem with people having their choice, whichever party they want to vote for. Because that's what gives you a real democracy society. But we need to reject this Jamaica Labour Party for a period of time. Let them go and form back a party and come back revigorated and revitalized with new ideas and new vision of real governance. Yeah, you have to take them out of the system for a while. Purge them out with Senapod and Mojo Herb and Grover Salt. You understand? Them want to wash out, man. Come on. These nastiness have so much koro inside of them. You have to flush them out. Yeah, give them all Indian road pill. Yeah, give them castor oil, give them lamp oil, give them gin, give them Dettol, give them bleach. Clean them out. They're full of too much corruption. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
My God.
Well said. There. So yes, I think we're going to come to the end of the program. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to mount Jeopardy tonight at all because of we are extremely tired and have to leave out early in the morning. Really, again, apologize for that. Right. Having said that, I'm just going to allow 5 minutes for persons to call in. Anyone to call in, right? Have a little interaction with Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot, or myself before we close out. So for any person who want to call in, right, please do so. You want to show the number at the screen, right?
Yeah. Thank you for that document, Sir Byron, that you just showed, man. I mean, it's powerful. You just don't know how powerful that if every comrade MP, highlight these things in their campaign to let the Jamaica people know the difference, because we're not the same. The two parties are not the same.
Perfectly right. Perfectly said. Pastor Ricky, and we keep on hearing, persons saying the two parties are the same, right? I will just simply say to them that they need to just, do their research on their political history.
Right.
Certainly that is not the case, right? And the People's National Party, right, as it relates to good governance, and when you consider to the fact that from 1963, and I said this last week, right, post-independence, right, we gained independence 62, 6 of August 1962. And when you look on, right, 63 years as it relates to the political history, right, the Jamaican Labour Party has been, right, so-called for most of the time, right, at the helm of the government. But when you look on their performance as it relates to social programs and you match up that with the People's National Party, you realize that the party who will spend less of time in governance created much more social programs, right, to develop, right, the country and move the country forward, right?
Yeah.
And it is now where you have now the Jamaican Labour Party is now also speaking that they spend millions of dollars, more money than the People's National Party. So then it goes to good management system that the People's National Party, right, with limited funding, so to speak, based on what JP said, but able to get, right, so much done.
Right.
Right, with partially, you have to say partially 70% less, right, of expenditures, right, that the People's National Party, right, putting out more and getting more done. But for some reason or the other, for persons, right, who following the Jamaica Labour Party, right, need to, I would say, Melting Pot and Ricky, that they really need to do an introspection. I was talking to Tivoli Gardens, the Tivoli Garden community, right? And if persons within the Tivoli Gardens community can go to other areas, some rural areas, and see how people live, right? People don't live into a camp settings like how Tivoli Gardens people, right, sort of live in a sort of regimental regime where you have 5, 6, 7 different families live on one block. You understand? Have to use one restroom area.
My God.
How you deal with that as it relates to good family structure? Right? I mean, come on. And yet, the reason why it's shocking, because, I mean, over 18 years, these people have been voting Jamaica Labour Party. Right? Voting Jamaica Labour Party. And that is the situation right with them. Right? And so then, people just have to do an introspection and know, say, well, all right, maybe you're just not voting for the right administration. Right? We know what the PNP had done. Right? We know what democratic socialism has done. We know that Michael Manley had stood up, right, as it relates to the big corporate entity, right, both locally and internationally, right? Michael Manley had stood up to them and said he's not going to crawl on his knees, right? But he stood, right, for what he stood for, right, and push the backside levy. And I've seen the success, the blessings that you had gotten from the backside levy since Michael Manley, right, lifted the levy, right? That's powerful blessings that we have gotten from that. Now we have seen, to the contrary, where GLP administration, particularly Nigel Clark, removed that levy. Suffering, inflation,
yeah.
Right? Poverty increase, and it goes on, man. Budget shortfall, all these things. And you have some Jamaica Labour Party jumping up. Nigel Clark is the best finance minister. All right, they sound like some dodo. You know, they sound like some, what you call it? Some buffoon. Nigel Clark is the best finance minister. Having budget shortfall, right? SSL debacle, right? Inflation, poverty increase, right?
Yeah.
Bringing red card on himself in Parliament and all.
and them must suffer, you know, all who are talk about him are the best. Them must suffer. Them must struggle. Them must call family and foreign for beg money every day.
Just look at that. Crazy. Crazy.
No, you know, I can remember in 1974 when, you know, Julius Nyerere came to Jamaica, you know, as the president of Tanzania. And I have friends from within that side of the world, you know, and I can tell all Jamaican that Julius Nyerere, the people in Tanzania referring to him as the father of the land because of what he had done to change the infrastructure and the way of life in Tanzania and to make them becomes a nation that can, you know, fend for themselves. You understand? And what is missing from Jamaica is the fact that our citizens in Jamaica fail to recognize who is the father of the land of Jamaica. So if they don't know, I will tell them again, it's Michael Joshua Manley who is the father of Jamaica because of all the vital infrastructure that he himself laid those foundations along with members of his cabinet during that time. And that's what Jamaica still stand on today.
Definitely.
He's the building father of Jamaica. So I think Jamaica need to show some more solitude towards Michael Joshua Manley. You understand? And look at what he has given to Jamaica. For us to be a nation that pride ourselves, it's all down to the good work of Michael Joshua Manley.
And we need to change Siaga highway to Michael Manley and take out Siaga name out of that. Them man, they are criminal. Them not need to have nothing in Jamaica.
That have to happen.
Nothing.
That have to happen. You understand? Because, I mean, We know when them went and did this thing here, you know, that they did it because, you know, there are some arrogant people. There was no consultation. There was no recommendation even being made in the process. They take matters into their hand because they are the type of people, I don't know, they are Dans. Dans take matters in their hands. You understand? Or you're going to have Edward Siaga and our money and then put him beside his adversary. You understand? Michael Manley. That's not supposed to happen. That don't supposed to happen. And Edward Siaga don't deserve to be on no highway. You
Our
understand?
money.
And even the Beijing highway, that need to remove too. We cannot pay you to build something and then your name the planet, you know. That needs to come off. A whole heap of thing we have to deal with when Mark G come in, you know. Some
because in the
issue
in the US,
well with Jamaica.
in the US back in 2020 after the new administration did come in, them start lick down all of the statute them will glorify colonialism and who did involve in who was slave owner and do wrong to the people them take down them statute and change road name and everything. So that need for the go on at Jamaica because Siaga and
Jamaica. We have a champion that round here, so we have a champion that round here.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah, some little things that affect Jamaica, we have to straighten it out, you know. Because these things, you know, people might look at it as nothing, you know, but it makes a society backward.
Yeah.
You're taking away from people who deserve the rights to that highway that their name should be on it. Where is the Michael Manley highway?
You cannot honor criminals. Nowhere under the sun. You must honor criminals. Criminals should have them placed before a court of law and be prosecuted. That's a criminal today. Whether in the parliament, Jamaica House, or in the garrison.
Let me show you guys this.
When you have Chinese coming to my country.
Hold on, the melting pot. Lady Anne-Marie wants to say something. Sorry. Go ahead, Lady Anne-Marie.
Somebody sent it over on WhatsApp, and I thought it was just befitting because of what you're saying now about the criminals, and it's a quote from Bob Marley. You will never find justice in a world where criminals make the rules.
True. But a new sheriff is coming to town. Big up yourself, comrade leader Marky G. We can't wait. And you call it now.
All right.
Well,
you
ready for it.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry.
I'm on fire tonight. I can't stop, man.
Well, that's so we have to leave early in the morning. So,
yeah, man.
Big thanks again, Pastor Ricky. Big thanks, Melting Pot. Right?
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
So, you know,
that's something, brother.
Be a part of Mystic Sensation. I want to say, you know, to all of our subscribers, right, and persons who have not yet subscribed, right, continue, right, to support us. We appreciate you all. Right.
Yeah.
Once again, big thanks. Blessings.
Hold on there. 1 second. Comrade leader Mark Golan is in the Big Apple, New York tomorrow. Gee, I don't have the flyer in front of me, but go on his social media page or the People's National Party page and you'll see it. He's in New York tomorrow. So everyone who live in the tri-state and Connecticut, please make the effort, the sacrifice. Yeah, to go listen to the next Prime Minister in waiting and a great man who's going to change the trajectory of Jamaica from criminality and corruption.
So true.
All right.
All right.
So that's it.
Blessings, everyone. Good night. Thanks for having us. Respect.
All right. Bye, I'm out.
Bombshell Tuesday, Walter. All right. Melting pot. All that stuff.
I wish everyone a pleasant weekend.
Blessings.
Yes. You too.
God
bless everyone. All right. Bless you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Safe travel on the gravel.